This conference will now be recorded.
Yeah, it looks like we're waiting on John and Ashley. And Robin, just a heads up, Tom Esty is here. He just arrived. Kristen has the
in the corner.
Yeah, Kristen has the another Cray-Billy hearing tonight, so
She mentioned it. She's always good about telling me when she's going to be on Cray-Billy. It's another long day for her.
Long day, absolutely.
Tom for being here. Okay, there's John.
Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting for Ashley. And Robin, you can see Jade is here. She's our court reporter for tonight for the liquor license hearing.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jade, for being here. Okay, we still got 3 more minutes.
I see 2 Hughes. 2 Hugh Purnells. Hello, Hugh.
Yes, he often has 2. Luckily, one of them goes away, I think, during the meeting.
Well, not really.
Oh,
One's my voice and one's the picture where I should be.
Oh, okay.
Or should be.
All right.
Does that mean you get 2 votes, Hugh?
I wish.
Casey, do you want to ask before we start the Pledge of Allegiance the name of caller number 2?
Yeah, we do have one caller. Okay, we have several callers on the line. Could you please identify yourselves?
So caller number 2 and number 3, we don't know.
No.
Hi, this is Dennis Passatieri, 1206 Karen.
Okay, thank you.
This is Stephen Belts. I'm the architect for Sioka Chevrolet.
Great, I'm sorry, can I get your name again, sir?
Stephen Belts.
PH or V?
PH.
Great, thank you.
Okay, with just a minute left, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us on the West Goshen Township Board of Supervisors meeting on November 17th, 2020. This is a teleconference. The agenda starts with saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Casey if you'd be willing to go ahead and unmic, give you the ability to speak so that everyone here can all say this Pledge of Allegiance at the same time. So do you want to do that, Casey?
All right. Wow, that's going to be tough.
You might need to mute Doug. You might need to mute you if we're getting some back.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Okay.
I would just say we should just proceed.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and say, you can stand if you'd like. Be seated. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. To the republic one nation,
the republic which it stands.
Thank you. A lot better when more people can participate. All right, I'm going to move to item number 2 on the agenda, which is just the chair's announcements reminding you of the teleconference rules. So for this meeting, at the beginning of the meeting, we will take a roll call for members, staff, and professional service providers who are present. A roll call of those members in the public present on the teleconference. Each person shall announce identity at the beginning of any comments. Public comment will be permitted only when specifically requested of the public just before each vote is taken or at the end of the meeting before adjournment. Members of the public shall be muted at all times until the appropriate time for public comment to eliminate background noise. We appreciate your willingness to allow us to do that so that everyone can hear you succinctly when we open the mics. Each item requiring a vote will proceed with a motion and a second, followed first by member comments and questions, only when prompted by the chair, and then second by public comments, questions, but only when prompted by the chair. Voting shall be done by roll call for each member for each vote. So today we have a guest. Her name is Loretta Cohen, and she is here to inform us about an organization that she is engaged in called Communities That Care. So we need to put her microphone on so she can go ahead and make her presentation. She's in the top right-hand corner from where I can see. Loretta, can you hear us?
Yep, so my microphone is on. I'm learning how to share my screen with this. Can people see my screen?
Not yet. I made you the presenter, so you should be okay.
I have a button in the bottom, but my screen has an X through it or a line through it. But I also have, oh, there. Can you see that?
Yep, there we go. Very good.
There we go. Okay. So thank you so much for having us. Actually, my name is Loretta Cohen. As Robin mentioned, I am a township resident and a part-time employee of Westchester Communities That Care. I am joined today, actually also on the call, by our board president, Dr. Dennis Durr, who's going to start things off today. Dennis is a globally recognized mental health professional who has worked with several of our country's largest employers in all aspects of behavioral health, including substance use and mental health. Dennis is retired now, but he lives locally, and his passion for prevention, which we're going to be talking about, is as strong as ever. So Dennis, can you unmute yourself also? So now I cannot see him, but I saw him on the call. You having trouble unmuting
I
yourself?
can't. Loretta, can you hear me at all?
Yep, go ahead. You're good, Dennis. I can't hear you now.
Is Dennis going to go through the deck, or are you going to go ahead and prompt it?
He was just going to do the first few. He was speaking just a minute ago.
Yes, I think we can still hear you, Dennis.
Okay. Well, I
This
can do
wasn't
his.
It doesn't look like he can hear us, but we can hear him.
Oh, darn. Okay, well, look, I'm going to go ahead and go through it then. I have his notes as well as mine. So we're very glad to have Dennis as part of our team. Like I said, he comes with a wealth of experience in this field. So both of us are here representing Westchester Communities That Care. The organization is committed to building a community of healthy youth and strong families that make for great neighborhoods and strong, competent workforce. even in the face of adversity, which is the topic of everybody's mind lately. As we talk today, we encourage you to think about things that you or your organization might do to play a role in this community coalition, and with the goal of strengthening our residents and our collective future. We're here out of a desire to see Chester County and the greater Westchester area thrive. Like you, we are concerned about the impact the coronavirus is having on our economy and the well-being of our residents. Early research suggests that the effects of the pandemic will exacerbate mental health and substance use problems, which could further weaken communities across the country. There is good news, and that is that science has demonstrated a proven solution, and it's primary prevention. Primary prevention means there's greater protection and less risk. Less risk for youth, for families, for employers, for communities. So what is primary prevention exactly? That's a great question, but you're all muted. So, primary prevention involves seemingly simple things like healthy relationships inside and outside your immediate family, using creativity, spending time outdoors, those great public parks we have, making time to give back to community. Just like choosing a salad over French fries can prevent heart disease, practicing gratitude and feeling bonded with our neighborhood are key to developing resilience. And resilience is the key to coming out on top when things don't go as planned. Preventative measures like these create something that actually Dennis calls the hardiness model, the mental hardiness model that he developed. That includes the ability to see change as exciting and an opportunity to learn and grow. It includes the belief that we can influence outcomes in our lives. And finally, it highlights the importance of being engaged and seeing our life as interesting and meaningful. These categories of hardiness that protect us and our children are also the same things that protect our businesses and our communities. And it's these same methods of primary prevention on this slide that lead us there. Many HR departments embrace these ideas, supporting employees who volunteer and providing personal leave or family time to support mental health. But when we look at our world today, we are in the throes of a pandemic and lots of political division and everything else. It's easy to see that we need to be vigilant to keep our focus on building that resiliency in the next generation. When we ask ourselves, does our culture really embrace these ideals of prevention? We may find that some things can get overlooked. Our culture, preventative measures like dinner with family and quality time or practicing faith can be overshadowed by extensive commitments and societal pressures. Our culture shifted many years ago toward dual income families and a constant pressure to do more in less time. But for all our technological advances, we have not gained more time at all. We are here, we're not here just to tell people to spend time more wisely. We are here because amid this economic hardship for many and our shared concerns over public health, we are in a unique moment in time that is forcing change in our culture. And as business and community leaders, we have the potential to help direct that change in a positive direction. We're going to circle back to this, but first we're going to look at some of the science behind the model that we use and why we use it. Communities that care, the model comes out of research from the University of Washington and is proven to impact key areas of community health by reducing what we call risk factors like low commitment to school or parental attitudes that favor teen drinking, and increasing protective factors such as recognizing youth for positive behavior. The science points to much better outcomes for youth and the communities they live in when we look at these things. Communities that Care, Westchester Communities that Care, determines these areas of risk and protection by asking students in the Westchester Area School District to participate in a statewide Pennsylvania youth survey. This survey addresses teen behavior and perceptions around risk behavior, addictive substances, parental values, mental health, violence, grief, gambling. It asks a multitude of questions. There's actually a full 115-page document that most people are not interested in sifting all the way through. If data is your cup of tea, it can be found on our website at wcctc.org. I definitely welcome you to check it out. Happy to have a separate conversation with anybody about anything on those 115 pages. We care about the issues on this graph in particular because teen alcohol consumption and drug use has a direct scientific correlation to increased violence, mental health issues, and addiction. We track the trends among entire cohorts of local teens because if the issues become widespread, obviously they can then negatively impact the community as well. To be clear, we are not saying that if you drink when you're young, you're going to go to jail or anything even close. Rather, we're just trying to look at all the factors that impact our youth for both good and bad. And we're trying to increase the positive and decrease the negative. We look at trends over time and try to seek out areas that can prevent risk to set kids up for success. We also know, however, that into every life, a little risk will fall. No one can avoid all risk. Parents get divorced, older siblings might use substances in front of younger siblings, economic hardship, childhood trauma, or death of a loved one might all come into play. Since we can't protect the risk, in order to combat that, our coalition seeks to lift up those protective factors. By looking at things like commitment to school and involvement in a faith practice or a sense of belonging to your community, we can assess how supported our youth might be against some of that inevitable risk. And it gears us up to be able to be proactive instead of reactive. This slide shows in recent years that local teens feel less and less recognized and valued by their neighbors. And a sense of community belonging is regarded by prevention professionals as an important piece of individual and community well-being. So our task then is to just keep looking at ways to promote community connectedness. And we know that townships and local businesses can be an important part of that puzzle. Our coalition focuses on outcomes for youth because from neuroscience, we know that pathways in the human brain are not fully developed until somewhere in the mid-20s. In the years while it's still pliable, the human brain can learn addiction just as easily as it can learn math and foreign languages. Therefore, it can also learn resilience. The resilience of our community really is dependent on our children learning resilience. So children's brain health is enough of a reason for us to be passionate about the CTC model, but it also has exciting science that shows us community-wide benefits. Studies show that not only youth that come from CTC communities were 33% less likely to smoke cigarettes, 32% less likely to use alcohol, and 25% less likely to engage in delinquent behavior. But it also showed that the CTC model has a cost benefit. It returns $5.31 for every dollar invested. With these outcomes, we know the work is valuable, but as with any evidence-based strategy, it is important to be sure that we're following the model. So after we collect all the data and we analyze it, the most integral part of the coalition model that we work with is ensuring that all sectors of our community are involved players in finding the solution. That is ultimately why we came tonight. We are looking to connect with people and organizations who can help to promote the culture shift we're speaking of in order to get ahead of potential societal issues by focusing on primary prevention. We want to take 2020's unique opportunities for change and establish Westchester as a place that values health and well-being, and specifically to see the whole Westchester area embrace prevention concepts like commitment to school and community involvement. Because these preventative measures are the things that are going to set Westchester up for long-term success. So, how do we do that? For us, the short answer is marketing. According to the National Institute of Health, studies demonstrate that if it's coordinated properly, media and enforcement campaigns work very effectively at increasing seatbelt usage rates, right? Many of us on this call probably know we weren't wearing seatbelts when we were kids, but we saw that tide turn, and now we don't even think of getting behind the wheel without wearing one. For better or worse, sometimes worse, companies use marketing all the time to influence behavior. In the case of cigarettes, it took more marketing combined, again, with laws and enforcement to help people realize the dangers. So if we believe that building up our youth is the way to ensure that Westchester remains a thriving community, and we do, beyond the pandemic years, then we want to focus on teen and family resiliency, health and well-being. It's going to be a critical piece for us. After considering our most recent data from our 2019 report, our board has come up and chosen the following priorities. First, to make students and parents more aware of the risk associated with addictive substances. Second, to address low commitment to school, because we can see the numbers in our data of local teens who regard education as valuable. We see that number declining. And lastly, mental health, because as we mentioned earlier, data surrounding the pandemic effects already point to increased need for mental health services, pretty much in all age, gender categories, every category you can imagine. So how can we work together to do this? We put together these two advertisements that address the perception of risk around alcohol, either the perception that parents have or the perception that teens have. And our task is now to create clear, clever messaging also around the topics of commitment to school and mental health. Things you can do as part of this is you can take these campaigns. I will gladly share them with you. And be a community partner with us that adds this campaign to your website, your publications, any online communications that you put out, maybe a place on your website. Second option would be to become part or lend support to our marketing committee to develop and implement the next campaigns. We are a group of just volunteers and who are passionate about this cause, and we need all the support, professional marketing support we can get. And lastly, sponsor a billboard or digital ads, anything that we can do to help more people see the campaigns as they're created. Help fund the cost of getting the message in front of the most Westchester area residents that we possibly can. We know that a community-wide coordinated approach is critical to the success of a campaign and to the success of our youth. So our goal is to have every township, every chamber, every school, every business, large and small, involved in some capacity. We do get a small allocation from Chester County to cover I'm a part-time employee for the coalition. It covers that. However, any other initiatives, such as media campaigns or youth initiatives that we try to undertake, are fully dependent on community support. We're very grateful for you for sharing some of your meeting time with us, and that's really it for my presentation. Are there any questions that anybody has? I don't know if we can unmute people in case they have questions, Casey.
Yeah, it's Robin. Loretta, I'm wondering, where have you been able to engage with Westchester Area School District? Are you already there?
Yes, so Westchester Area School District is probably our staunchest supporter. They've been connected with us since the inception. This coalition has been around for 20 years, kind of quietly doing its thing. And this year, this is our initiative for this year, is to really get out in the community and make sure that people know about us and know the ways that they can support the initiatives. But the district delivers that PACE survey to all the students. They sit on teams with us to analyze the data and choose priorities, as well as help us with campaigns that we have done in the past. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the signs that say parents who host lose the most. We've done billboards of those in the community, trying to encourage parents to not host parties with underage teens in the house. And they allow us to put those up on school property, so parents are seeing them. There's a whole list of ways that the school district is supportive.
I had another question, if I can. This is Hugh Purnell.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Where does religion fit into the program and the morals that religion teaches?
Oh, gosh. Well, so actually, you might have heard me mention in the presentation a couple times about having a faith practice. It's actually pointed out as being one of those protective factors. When I showed the picture of the scale, we know that the science says that being involved in some sort of faith practice, no particular one, but that's proven to protect youth against risk. So it plays a great role, and we actually just last month had we did a presentation for faith leaders in the community, and we had about 17 faith leaders from various organizations participate in that, and we've mailed them all packets of information on addiction, and so always happy if somebody wants to be involved in a committee or to do more with the faith community. We would welcome that.
Second question, real quick. Is it the University of Washington, you said, that produced the basic information? Is that Washington State?
Yes, Washington State, yep.
Portland. Thank you.
Portland is Oregon, I believe.
Yeah, the Portland area, Washington, next to Oregon. They put it. I'm trying to get it out of Washington D.C. That's my point.
Not Washington D.C. No, University.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other comments or questions by the board? Okay, hearing none. Loretta and Dennis, thank you so much for participating this evening with us and sharing your information with us. It's a commendable organization, so thank you.
Thanks so much. We look forward to reaching out and talking about how we might be able to partner with the township.
Very good.
How do I unshare my screen now? Did you already stop sharing my screen, or is that?
No, I did not. Let me, just give me just a second.
I might have just done it.
There we go. I got it. Yep. Okay. We're all set, Robin. Thank you. Loretta, thank you very much.
Sure. I'm going to stay on a little bit as a township resident, so.
Thanks, Loretta.
Sorry, Ashley. I had myself on mute. Do you want to take it from here?
Sure. Sure, I'll do it now. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have an announcement to make tonight. I know that it's not the Board of Supervisors announcements yet, but I spoke with Robin and we thought that it might be appropriate to make this announcement now. So I have a very special announcement to make. It's one that has been in the works for many, many weeks. As you may know, the township has been conducting a search for a new chief of police who will replace Chief Gleason upon his retirement next January. Chief Gleason has served our community well for many, many years, and we have been extremely, extremely lucky to have him. And throughout this process, as the chair of the search committee, it became clear to me very quickly just how revered he is in our community and well beyond our community. This is a really eye-opening experience for me, and I think for John Hellman as well, who was vice chair. We learned a lot during this process. But still we were in need of a new chief. So we, as a board, decided to open up the search by contracting with the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association. And we put an advertisement out back in August. And during this time, John Hellman and I also built a really excellent search committee to assist us in this process. And the committee included local law enforcement officials, community stakeholders, as well as residents of West Goshen Township. We received a number of resumes from across the nation, and along with PCPA, we narrowed the pool to only a select few, really the best of the best. And the candidate pool was extremely strong. I was really impressed by the people that we got to know during this process. And at times, I think we all were wondering how it might be possible to select a chief when all of them had so many amazing qualities. But obviously, we could only have one chief, and we had one candidate who really rose to the top in this search. His dedication to the community, his experience, and his education, as well as his moral integrity and his strength of character, his reputation, his communication. All of these were factors that the search committee found to be the qualities that we needed here in West Goshen. So tonight, I am extremely happy and proud to announce that Lieutenant Michael Carroll of our very own West Goshen Police Department will be offered the position of Chief of Police by the Board of Supervisors to take effect in January of 2021. And we're really excited about to have him in that position. He's obviously on the call tonight. So Lieutenant Carroll, if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you, Ashley. I'm certainly humbled by your kind words and humbled by the trust the board has put in me. I look forward to continuing the path the department has taken since I've been here for the last 25 years. I've had a great opportunity to learn from the people that came before me, and I look forward to continuing this department leading the way in law enforcement in 2021 and beyond.
Casey, can I make a request? Can you unmute everybody? As many as you can.
Yeah.
I just would like to give Lieutenant Carroll a standing ovation at the moment. And thank you for doing such a wonderful job and getting to this point as Chief of Police.
Yes.
We're very, very proud of you and looking forward to seeing your future.
Thank you.
If I could just add, Robin, if I may, and Ashley, just a little bit of background on the whole process with the Police Chiefs Association. They did a nationwide search for applicants for this position, and there were 27 applicants who applied. And out of that 27, we ended up with Lieutenant Carroll to be our final choice. The search committee that conducted the interviews throughout the entire process consisted of, as Ashley said, members of law enforcement, but specifically Deb Ryan, who's the Chester County DA, Fred Maddox, who is the Chester County Sheriff, Reverend Croft, Wayne Croft, who is the pastor for St. Paul's Baptist Church here in West Goshen, as well as 3 community members, Carmen Francesino, Joe Gallagher, and Tina Marie Smith. So it was quite a broad spread of individuals who took a look at all of these candidates who applied for this position. And it was quite a rigorous interviewing process. And I think Lieutenant Carroll and Lieutenant Domenio, who also applied, can testify to that. So we spent a lot of time and effort in coming up with who we thought would be the best qualified candidate to take us forward in our police department. So I think people need to understand we invested quite a bit in this whole process as a township.
Thanks, Don. Yes, we certainly did.
Okay, so Lieutenant Carroll, you're up again.
Thank you.
Time for the report. Thank you.
So the police department report for October 2020, our officers responded to 2,176 calls for service. 54 of those calls were alarm, and 2 of the 54 alarms were found to be valid alarms. We responded to 17 reportable accidents and 43 non-reportable accidents. And collectively, our officers drove 19,850 miles of patrol work. We conducted some selective traffic enforcement in some specific areas. Among those areas was Mackenzie Drive, Glen Avenue, Airport Road, South 5 Points Road, Falcon Lane, Eastgate Street, Goshen Road, Green Hill Road, and the Route 100 spur. And several of our officers attended training during the month of October. We had the normal ERT monthly training. We finished up our fall firearms training with the rest of our officers that we've been doing for the past several months. Lieutenant Domenio and I and Sergeant Liss attended a supervisory leadership class. And a couple of our officers attended EVOC, Emergency Vehicle Operation course. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yes, hi, Lieutenant Carroll. This is Sean Walsh. I had a quick question on the career development. You mentioned most of them, but there was one listed called Desert Snow. Could you tell me what that was?
Yes, that's a highway interdiction class where they teach, specifically in this case, Officer Hero, how to detect major supplies of drugs that are traveling across our highways.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a couple questions. Lieutenant Carroll, the mileage for this month was significantly lower than the mileage from last year, and even lower than last month. Do you have any reason why that might be?
Yeah, it's a little over 1,000 miles lower than last month. I don't have a specific reason without looking at the schedule. We may have had some more officers on vacation, and we certainly have a couple officers that are out hurt right now.
Okay. All right, next question I have. Could you answer any questions about the ambulance report, the ambulance calls?
If you give me a second to bring it up, I certainly hope I can.
You know, without getting into the specific address or any HIPAA questions, but there was one particular location that was responded to 11 times from October the 3rd to October the 26th. In some cases, multiple times on the same day. Is there any explanations of what's going on there?
Was it 101? Yeah. I think the location you're speaking of is a high density housing for older citizens. So we do
I see.
a lot of ambulance calls there.
Oh, so this was multiple residents. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we're going to move to item number 5, the Board of Supervisors announcement. Ashley, do you have anything else you want to announce today? Did you have anything else that you wanted to announce today?
I don't think. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You've already done a good job today. All right, John, how are you? Would you like to share any supervisor announcements?
Sure. I attended the Hazard Mitigation Review webinar on November the 9th. And that's what that consists of is the Chester County has contracted with Tetra Tech to put together this hazard mitigation plan. And what it does, it identifies numerous hazards in Chester County and is looking for specific projects to be proposed in the plan. And the projects can then be formatted to apply for FEMA grant funding up to 75% of the cost of the projects. Some of the specific hazards that were identified were things such as drought, earthquakes, hazmat releases, winter storms, structure fires, terrorism, and so forth. A couple others that were particularly of interest were flooding, which is something we experience quite a bit here in West Goshen. And I suggested the Goose Creek Covert on Montgomery Avenue, amongst other stormwater projects, and they felt that that could be a viable project that could be included in this mitigation plan to apply for grant funding. So that's something I would hope that we would consider and pursue. Another one of the hazards identified with invasive species, and that may include evaluation of invasive plant life. And that brought to mind the serpentine barrens at the woodlands at Greystone. That project there may qualify for some federal funding. And then finally, pipeline emergency response. Planning and response planning may also qualify as a plan that could be included in this mitigation plan. So there's a procedure that needs to be followed, and I believe Derek and Casey have initiated that. I don't know if they want to weigh in here at this point or not, but certainly I think we need to pursue this. And there is a timeline to this. They're putting this thing together by the end of this year, or before the end of this year. So if we want to be included into this, we have to make our intentions and our projects we would like to suggest known, so they would be specifically included within the plan.
Okay, very good. Hugh, do you have anything that you'd like to share this evening?
I do. The Fame Fire Company had an open house by invitation this last Saturday, which I was able to attend from 1 to 3. They were showing off their new addition, which is about 3/4 complete. And there was a big story about it in the Daily Local this morning. This morning's paper, it was on the front page with the story of what's going on. In that regard, I was approached by Bill Renane, who is the co-chair of the fundraising for the addition to the Fame Fire Company firehouse, and he requested that although the township has been, and he recognized that the township has been very generous, the need for additional funds was necessary, and wanted to know if we could see our way clear to make an additional contribution. I'd like to propose that for the budget consideration for next year. Other than that, that's enough for now.
Sorry. Sean, do you have any supervisor's announcements you'd like to share?
Well, just to also say that I was able to attend the hazard mitigation planning webinar that John has already referenced. It was a different session that I attended to John, but I fully support the idea of us specifically proposing the inclusion of the Montgomery Avenue flooding culvert there, because that is a perennial problem for us. It clearly is something they wanted included in the plan, these specific kind of ideas related to township hazards. So I would suggest we include it in that and see if that helps get some attention on it. If not at the federal level, I'm a little more skeptical around the ability of the township to access some of these national level funding programs, but you never know. But even if we don't succeed in getting funding there, I think we should continue to press our state representatives to get PennDOT to at least understand that this is a concern for us and see if we can elevate it in terms of where it sits on a list of projects that need to be done. I know statewide there's an awful lot to be done, but unless we get something listed and visible, just, you know, we're never going to get the attention it perhaps deserves. So I'd like Derek and Casey to make sure that that specific problem is identified and included. And as you know, we've also been working on a letter to our county commissioners to express our opinion that we need the county to come up with an emergency response document to the high hazard pipeline that clips through our township, and the fact that we don't really have clear direction for residents to know what to do in an emergency situation. So in sending them that letter, I would also like to reference the fact that this hazard mitigation plan is being prepared and finished here at the end of this year. And it's a gap that we have in our community in terms of information that residents need. And we should push the connection to this hazard mitigation plan in our letter to the commissioners, asking them to take action and develop this response on a countywide basis. So those are my comments. Thank you, Robin.
I fully agree with that.
I would also support including that in the letter, Sean. Thanks for bringing that up.
Okay, Casey, next item is, let's see, number 6, yeah. Township manager's announcements.
Good evening, everyone. I have 3 announcements this evening. As most of you may have seen today, the Commonwealth released some more strict guidance about COVID. We are monitoring that situation obviously every day with staff, and we will reach out to the board if we need to make any other changes here at the Township building. Secondly, this is an announcement about Thanksgiving holiday. We have trash and bulk trash will be postponed to Friday, November 27th. Because of the holiday. Please have your trash out the night before, so Thanksgiving night or by 6 a.m. Friday morning. And finally, good news, the Sunoco Mariner 2 construction site at Boot Road at the firehouse. I'm by there every day, and all the equipment has been removed. The pullback of the pipeline is complete, and they're removing all of the remnants of the moved soil, etc. So that should be cleaned up hopefully by next Wednesday, and the fence taken down. So they are finally close to being out of West Goshen. That's it. Thank you.
100% out.
100% out and done. Yes.
Great. That's a nice gift for the holidays.
Right.
Okay, let's move on to item number 7, which is Township Engineer's Stormwater Announcements and Woodlands at Graystown Update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to stormwater, this week we received the 60% design plans for the 2 grant projects that we're working on, the Mariner East 2 grants. So I'm in the process of reviewing those plans. So we're about almost 2/3 of the way completed on those designs, so they're moving along well. Regarding the Greystone project, we've substantially completed the first of the 3 dam reconstruction projects, and the second one will most likely wait until spring due to weather concerns. But in the meantime, we've started the construction of 3 pedestrian bridges for the new trail system, and of course, housing construction continues as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 8 is the zoning officer's announcements. Mr. Bill Webb.
Good evening, Madam Chair. The zoning hearing board, we do not have anything currently on our docket. I did just send out letters to individuals who we have been maintaining their properties with the intent to lien those properties. We paid out this quarter right around $1,000 to maintain 6 properties. We have already received some money back. I got a check today. One of the banks overnighted us a check, so we have about $700 left to collect. Otherwise, on the 24th, I've instructed Kristen's office to file liens against those other 5 properties. Otherwise, I have nothing else this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into item number 9, which is the final subdivision land development approval at 325 North 5 Points Road. Mr. Craig, will you start?
Rick, I think you're muted.
Where's Rick? There he is. Okay. Rick, you're not unmuted yet. Could you unmute?
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, very good. Thanks.
Okay, sorry about that. On the screen, you see a plan view of the proposed 11-lot subdivision located at 325 North 5 Points Road. On the drawing, 5 Points Road is towards the bottom of the screen. On the right-hand side is Isabel Lane. The primary access for the project will be from Isabel Lane. 10 of the 11 lots will be accessed from a new cul-de-sac street to be named Trevor Drive. The last lot will access South Veronica Road to the top of the page. The proposed street has sidewalks on both sides for the entirety of its length. Stormwater management is provided by a large above ground basin in the lower right-hand corner of the project. It is an infiltration basin. There are also individual infiltration facilities on each of the lots to provide additional stormwater management volume control. A complete traffic study was done for the project, looking at any additional impacts on our roadway system. For these 11 lots, those impacts were minimal. That traffic study also addressed the site distance for the new street and access to Isabel Road. There are 3 waivers that are being requested by the applicant for this project, most of which are roadway related. Actually, all of them are roadway related. The first waiver, and these waivers need to be approved by the Board of Supervisors as part of the project approval. The waivers requested to allow the cul-de-sac turnaround of 43 feet and a right-of-way radius of 50 feet, as shown on the plan. That's slightly less than the 50-foot turnaround and 60-foot right-of-way width that we normally require. But that is consistent with the roadway widths and right-of-way widths for the surrounding neighborhood that were the basis for the new R3C designation when the area was rezoned. The second waiver is to request the minor street right-of-way of 40 feet and a paved cartway width of 28 feet. Again, that is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Almost the entire neighborhood currently has 40-foot right-of-ways, and 28-foot cartway has been pretty much our standard for the last 10 or 15 years in order to provide adequate access and reduce impervious surface. So that is a consistent request. And the final waiver is to allow approximately 3% grade within the 50-foot leveling area as provided at the intersection of the new roadway. That is needed to minimize grading on the site, and change of 2% to 3% does not present any significant traffic hazards, and that was again also reviewed by the traffic engineer in his traffic study. The project has been reviewed by the Township Planning Commission and County Planning Commission, and the Township Planning Commission has recommended approval by the board. So if you have any questions, be glad to answer them, and we also have the engineer and applicant on the call as well.
Rick, this is
I have a
Sean.
question.
Go ahead, Hugh.
Yeah, go ahead. No, Sean, go ahead.
Rick, what questions did the Planning Commission have and how were they resolved?
Which planning commission?
Our Planning Commission. Township.
I can't really recall any of the questions, all of the questions that the planning commission had. I don't have the minutes in front of me.
I could interject, Rick. There were some questions about the infiltration beds at each one of the houses, location, about it being in close proximity to the house itself. That was one question that was raised. And also questions were raised about the structural integrity of the roofing to be able to have solar panels installed if so desired by residents, as well as ability of the electrical system there to supply chargers for electric vehicles.
Okay, thanks, John.
Rick, is that also a waiver that has to be requested and granted, the infiltration beds by the homes?
No, that's not a waiver. That's the discretion of the township engineer.
Okay.
And if I may, members of the board, John Jarris, counsel to the applicant, and on the call this evening is Matt Pusey, representative of the applicant, and our civil engineer, Jack Robinson.
If I can ask the question, the 43-foot on the cul-de-sac, how much is that below our normal standard?
7 feet.
I recently was on a call with the fire company out in West Town, and we had a cul-de-sac that I believe is in that 40-foot range, the low 40-foot range, and the units had a difficult time maneuvering it, especially the larger units like the ladder. I have you contacted, or was the chief out at Goshen, who that's their call? Has anybody contacted them to see what their opinion was?
The chief of Goshen was not consulted, but a turning movement analysis was done for fire vehicles in the cul-de-sac, and the township fire marshal reviewed that study and approved it.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Margie.
I just have two follow-up questions, Rick. So kind of along the same lines. So I just want to be clear. So the neighborhood that surrounds this new development is at 43 as well? Like
No,
these, like
40.
those were kind of those were kind of grandfathered in before we made these new requirements?
The 43-foot dimension is for the cul-de-sac. There are no cul-de-sacs in this surrounding area. The 40-foot roadway right-of-way is consistent with the existing right-of-way throughout the neighborhood.
Okay. And the other question is about the retrofitted basin that you have there. I know that we've been talking obviously a lot about stormwater, and we've been talking about these 100-year storms that we're having, but I feel like we've been talking about some like 500-year storms, and storms that are even worse than that. I just want to know what these basins are retrofitted for at the moment, like what's the proposal to be retrofitted for?
Well, this is not a retrofitted basin. This will be a new basin. And it meets our current ordinance criteria, which is also current countywide stormwater criteria, which is a 100-year design storm. It would be extremely difficult to design a stormwater facility for a 500-year storm. And in most cases would be not only extremely cost prohibitive, but in some cases might not be able to be done with the available land. So a 500-year design storm is not a practical consideration at this point. And possibly the design engineer could answer exactly what storm this basin is designed to handle.
So I guess where I'm sort of going with this is, we're about to pour all of this money into stormwater management, but I obviously see the benefit of having a retention basin there to help with that. But I know that there are also other alternatives, like for example, I know we've talked about rainwater gardens. Now I know that that's at the homeowner's discretion because it's on their property, but I guess I just want to start the discussion to see if we can begin talking with developers about, I don't know, maybe creating some other sort of, like I said, stormwater gardens or something else to help with that. I mean, I'm sorry, I forget your name. The developer is on the call.
Mr. Pusey is on the call and our civil engineer, Mr. Robinson, as well.
Okay. Yeah, I just, I'm just concerned about stormwater.
Understood. Jack, I don't know if you can respond to that.
This is Matt Hughes. I'm the developer, and Jack can probably answer a lot more about the details of this. But I think we've gone back and forth with the township engineer, with Rick, and followed all the procedures, went through with the county and the conservation district. So everything that we have provided is going to meet or exceed the standards for stormwater control. Any site like this is going to be a drastic improvement over what the existing conditions are. There at no means can you develop a property and go backwards with stormwater management control. So everything that we're doing is designed to basically exceed the minimum requirements, or what has become the standard protocol, and everything becomes stricter and stricter each year that we go along, which is obviously why townships are so concerned about stormwater. It's such a hot topic, and what we go through to get to this point is following all those guidelines. And again, it's out of my technical expertise, and that's where Jack can step in, and Rick, and they can explain the details more. But as far as what our requirements are, we're bound to these guidelines to make sure that it properly handles that stormwater runoff.
Yes, if you wanted me to just address it real quickly, the ordinance is really it's baked into the ordinance that you want to let's say exceed what you would normally have to do. This site, if everybody knows, had a fair amount of impervious on it, but you don't get to take credit for it. You have to assume it's meadow condition. There's lots of, I'll say, belt and suspenders that go in the calculations. So you have to assume that what's running off the site now is far less, which makes it more conservative. So it kind of baked into what we even do to begin with is conservative. And it further, the way we designed it, there actually is a reduction below the 100-year storm. So you have the 100-year that we have to design for, but we don't actually discharge at the exact same pre-development 100-year. We're actually always somewhere, you're discharging somewhere below that number. So you're actually exceeding it. So if you had to assign a storm that we're meeting, it'd be something above the 100-year storm. But I couldn't tell you what year it would be, what 120 year or 150 year. I don't know what number that would be, but we do exceed what you're required.
It would also be good to point out that not only is the rate control achieved in accordance with the ordinance, but the infiltration facilities on this site are going to result in volume control and volume reduction as well. Currently on the site, there are no facilities for infiltration at all, and water simply runs off the site. So the combination of the rate control and volume control on the site will definitely be an improvement over the existing conditions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, this is
Go ahead, John.
There was also a couple other questions that come to mind that were asked at the planning commission. That was number one. There are a number of rather mature trees that on the existing property as it stands now. Are any of those going to be retained with this new development?
Yes, we talked about that at the planning commission as well, where we are there's another plan in the plan set that shows it. The internal trees of the site, as you can imagine, need to be removed for the road and the homes, but many of the perimeter trees are to remain, and that's really for everyone's sake, for the perimeter, for the surrounding properties, as well as the proposed homes that are built. So you'd have some kind of a natural buffer. So we're not having to plant as many proposed trees. You get to keep the mature trees. So you can see a number of the trees along 5 Points Road are to be saved. They were the primary ones, as well as some others internally. But as you can imagine, you can't save all these trees internally because that's where you're developing.
Right. Right. And then the second question that was brought up was about what used to be an apartment building there. It's was identified as a potential historical building, and what was the upside of all that? Was it considered by our historical commission?
If I may talk, this is Kevin Costiner, the chair of the Historical Commission. I give a few comments on the house that's currently on the property. I actually, me along with the commission, we just recently found out that in this plan that the house is to be demolished. I learned through a letter from the Chester County Planning Commission from March of this year, listing that the county recommended that the developer review the current house on the property with the Historical Commission. As the chair, I've never received any communication with the developer or anything related to this. And also to discuss any way to use an adaptive reuse of the current property. So this does come up because it is considered a Class 2 property, which means that considered to meet the standards to be on the National Register of Historic Places and or a significant historic resource within the community. So I guess I just wanted to make sure and see if the developer was going to or has reviewed the property for any historic significance, and if you were going to partner with the Historical Commission of the township.
Well, let me see if I can field that question. And again, this is John Jarris. I'm counsel to the applicant. This started with a proposal to the township, I believe, in latter part of 2018, early part of 2019, to rezone this property for this proposed use in the design that you see it before you in this final land development plan application. It was never brought to our attention by anyone at the township with regard to any historic significance of any building on this property. If the property is a Class 2 and it makes it eligible, it certainly is not on the National Register at this point in time, nor do we have any understanding that it has been nominated to be put on the National Register. That having been said, we have worked for over 2 years to bring this property to this level of proposed development, and this is the first time we're hearing anything with regard to the potential historic significance of any building on this property. So with that having been said, we are now at final land development plan application after going through many applications before this township and its staff. So if, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Pusey, he can respond to this, but if the township's historical commission is interested in perhaps reviewing the building prior to it being demolished and maybe taking certain things or taking photographs, I don't believe there would be an objection to that if everyone signs a waiver of liability before entering the property. I think that's where we stand with respect to that issue. Matt, did you want to add anything?
The only thing I'll add is that, as John stated, we had, this has been a long process to get to this point. We've had lots of discussion with the township. The main point of the redeveloping of this land is because of the current condition of that property. I think everybody, as we've gone through this process, has agreed that we want to clean up that site, make it a lot more presentable. The existing home, which is, in question here of a historical status, has basically been chopped up into pieces over the years. I don't know what part of it might be considered historical, maybe the foundation or so forth, but for the longest period of time, it was 6 or 7 tenants that were living in there in basically chopped up rooms. There's been numerous additions to the property, to the actual structure. The whole site is in quite a bit of disarray, including that structure itself. And that was, a lot of the talking points that got us to where we were at now. There was talks about other ways of developing this to keep that property as it is, and feasibly it would have to be continued as a daycare or a rental property of sorts. And I don't think that was where the direction of the township wanted to go as we had those discussions. So again, that's going back almost 2 years at this point when we started this process. And so as far as allowing the historical commission to come on and take pictures and document stuff before we demolish it, I have no problem going that route if that's the desire.
So let me just, I think from a township perspective, again, this has been a long process, and Casey and Rick can interject if they disagree with this assessment, but we've had issues with that property and I would say, the look of it and maintenance for quite some time before the developer even showed interest in it. I absolutely have no idea how it got on any historic list or what the significance is of it, but it's been, I would say, a maintenance issue in the township for quite a while. I think we've gotten a few calls over the years from neighbors talking about that specifically. So, I know sometimes the county looks at, lists and gives overall assessments on what they think based on lists that they see. But I think if they would view the specifics of the property, they may take a second look at whether they would make that recommendation. So that's just my 2 cents from what I think we looked at from a township perspective.
Yeah, I would completely agree with Derek that that home has been a maintenance issue for the 20 years that I've been here. The architectural integrity of that house has been severely compromised multiple times. And in fact, I would venture to say that it has no significant architectural integrity from an historic standpoint at this time. It's in poor condition. It has very little semblance of its original condition or architectural integrity, and it is not on the National Register and has not been nominated as such. So the township and the Planning Commission did not have any issue with the demolition of that structure.
My question is, what happened to our historical ordinance?
I can't answer that. I don't know the answer to that.
Is there a question toward the historical commission?
Whoever has an answer.
What's the historical ordinance say? Like what do you mean?
Well, I don't know how relevant the historical ordinance would, I mean, just for background, I guess, Ashley, they've been working on a historical ordinance for the township for the last couple of years. It's yet to pass the finish line, and it's escaping me what the specifics were at this time. Sorry, it's been a long day, but I don't know if this specific situation would change at all, Hugh. So I mean, we can revisit that for sure during the day, or put it on the agenda again. But I mean, for this specific topic, I'm not sure that it would have done anything, even if it was in place.
Yeah, that's really my question. Would it apply? And I don't, of what I saw of the draft of the ordinance, I don't think it would apply particularly. But I wanted to know if there had been anything further done on it.
Right. I understand that the ordinance isn't finalized at the moment, so that would not go towards this development. But we do thank you for the opportunity to take photos and to document the house before, if it does go for demolition. Thank you for that. And yeah. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Is it in order? Is it in order at this point to offer a motion to approve
May
the
I ask a
project?
question, please? This is Margie Swart. May I ask a question, please?
I'll hold the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Purnell. Good evening. I'm looking at the county planning commission letter, and on page 3, under primary issues, number 4, it said the site plan indicates that the proposed cul-de-sac entrance on Isabel Lane is located approximately 116 feet from North Five Points Road, which requires a waiver from the street intersection standards. However, that waiver is not listed in the letter. So
That's because it doesn't require a waiver. That's a recommendation, not a requirement, and no waiver is required. The suitability of that distance was addressed in the traffic study.
Okay, what is our subdivision and land development requirement, though?
As I said, there's a recommendation. It's not a requirement. It's identified in the traffic study as to whether it's acceptable or not after review by myself.
Okay, but I'm just wondering, so this says it's 116 feet. What is the distance stated in our subdivision and land development, whether you've
In an
approved it or
ideal
not?
world, 1,000 feet.
And so this is only 116 feet from 5 Points. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? This is Tina Marie Smith.
Go ahead, Tina.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. I had asked this before and they didn't seem to know the answer, but I was wondering if a phase 2 environmental assessment was ever performed on this property. And if yes, do you know what constituents they were sampled for, since housing is going to be on there?
Well, I'll field that as counsel to the applicant, and I am not aware of a phase 2 study being done, nor am I aware of one being required. Matt or Jack, do you have any information with respect to that?
Yeah, there is no requirement that I'm aware of for that kind of a study.
Okay, is that what the township or the planning or somebody told you? Because usually 1530 ASTM 1537 requires a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment.
That's not any requirement of the township.
Okay.
Robin, are we ready to make a motion on this tonight?
Just about to say before I unmuted. Go ahead, Hugh, with your motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we approve the project, including the 3 waiver requests.
Okay.
This is Sean. I'll second the motion.
Okay, very good. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment?
Hi, it's Margie again. I would just like to go on record saying that if our requirement is 1,000 feet and this is 116 feet, that I think it deserves just to be written as a waiver and that it would be approved with a 4th waiver in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead.
This is Doug White. Just like to say that on the Planning Commission, I opposed since the Historical Commission wasn't officially informed as per the county letter. And with all due respect to Mr. Jarris, when it was brought up 2 years ago, I did bring up the apartment house would be reused and all that. So anyway, that's all right. But I think next time, let's have the Historical Commission kind of involved here when we do have that. I know it's in bad repair, but it is on the Atlas resource list. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Are there any other public comments? Hearing none, we'll go to the vote. Can I start with you, Mr. Purnell?
Yes.
Ashley? You need to be unmuted.
Sorry, I'm going to actually vote no at this time for the reasons that Doug mentioned about the historical and as well as what Margie mentioned.
Okay. Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Robin, aye.
I think,
Okay, we're gonna move
sorry,
on
I
to-
counted 4-1 then. That's approved?
Correct.
Thank you. And on behalf of the applicant, I want to extend our sincere thanks to the township and staff. As I said, I think this project is about 2.5 years old, all told. And we appreciate everybody's work and hard effort on this to bring it to this conclusion. So thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move on to item number 10, discussion and possible approval of the land development waiver for Shioka Chevrolet at 715 Auto Park Boulevard, Westchester, PA 19382. And I believe that Mr. Craig will also handle this tonight. Just unmute yourself, Rick. Change of plan?
Slightly, but I think we can do that. This is a small building addition that's being proposed on the existing car lot. The proposed addition is on existing impervious surface, and I believe off the top of my head is a little bit less than 300 square feet. The original proposal was for approximately 3,000 square feet, but that's been modified in order to expedite the project. It is not uncommon for projects that technically require land development that are less than 500 square feet in area to request and be granted a waiver due to the fact that the impacts of such an improvement, particularly in this case with it being on an existing impervious, are negligible. And in fact, projects under 500 square feet don't even require additional stormwater management in the first place. So the request for a waiver has been made. I believe the engineer for the project is on the call. So if there are any further questions, quite possibly they would be able to answer those.
And Madam Chair, Wayne Doyle is here. He's counsel for the dealership as well. If anybody has any questions for him.
Thank you, Wayne.
Engineer for the dealership. I am the engineer for the dealership. As Mr. Craig said, it is 282 square feet of an addition, and they are actually pulling off some of the existing building, 142 square feet. And they are doing some parking lot modifications to address some entrances and locations of some parking spaces. The building modifications are a direct result of new standards put out by Chevrolet for their franchisees for the buildings. Paul Frank from the dealership is also on the line. He can answer how that impacts the current structure. And I know the contractor's on the line too here. If anybody would like to see the plan, I can easily share it.
Yes, please.
Okay, just a moment, please. Okay, Mr. Dooley is now the presenter.
Okay. This is the location of the current building. There is a small triangle here on the east side of the building and one over here that they're going to pull off, take this part of the building off, and they are going to put in a small 282 square foot delivery area for the cars. Basically, when you buy your new car, that's where they're going to pull it in and they'll walk you around it. It sits on the existing sidewalk area right in here. And I'll go to the next sheet and just give it a minute here. You can see this area right here is a glass enclosed addition where that car would be sitting along with a couple chairs and the salesman or the manager, and you'd be showing your car. That is the building addition. See if I can slide this around a little bit here.
Thank you.
There we go. The parking lot addition to the front, make it a little bit bigger for everybody, is basically these spaces right here in the front of the building. They're just redoing the sidewalk, the handicap spaces, and striping them. It's more of a result of the facade changes. They're doing some facade work along the front of the building right in here too. But that is the essential building changes that we're looking at and parking lot revisions right through this area.
Would it be in order to, go ahead.
As your township engineer said, it's all in the existing impervious area, so there's no increase in stormwater runoff. It's just a balancing act between building coverage and impervious coverage and paving coverage, but the end result is no new impervious.
I'd like to make the motion, we go ahead and approve this waiver.
I'll second it.
This is Sean Walsh. I have one question related to this. So you're requesting a waiver for simplification and for making a smoother project. I just refer back to Ms. Gagne's comments a little earlier on the last development proposal. You know, in granting a waiver, what is it you can do to help the township improve and add to either landscaping or help with stormwater in general? Is there something you could do in terms of planting some trees to, you know, help the township beautify and help our stormwater with our long-term goals of making this a better township?
I'm going to refer to Paul Frank from the dealership on the landscaping possibilities that they could do here.
Good evening, folks. Paul Frank with Sioka Dealerships. I don't know if you're familiar with the site. There's already a fair amount of landscaping, especially along Auto Park Boulevard, with numerous street trees there. What is it that you'd be looking for? There's also a fairly large planting area right out at the intersection of Auto Park and
But just, you know, how about a commitment to plant a couple of native large trees that could grow at some point on this property down the road, something that would add to what you already have, nothing too significant, just as an offer to us to help move this waiver forward?
Like a 3-inch caliper tree at this point?
Yeah, something small, but that could mature later on, you know, a couple of signature trees for down the road.
Wayne, is that something we could put at the northeast corner of the property, a couple there?
Yeah, I'm sure, Paul, we could find a place to put a couple trees in along the property here someplace.
That'd be appreciated.
Sure, we could do that.
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to include that.
Well, I'll let the engineers work out what species of tree considered native to that. You probably have a list of plantings that you like.
Thank you.
I'll amend my second to include that, John.
Do we have any data on this site as far as stormwater right now?
The site, when it was developed, met the criteria at the time. That predates me, so I don't know exactly what that was, but there have not been any improvements to the site since I've been here that would make any significant stormwater changes.
Okay. It's obviously it's a car dealership, so we're looking at a lot of impervious surface. And I appreciate Sean's proposal to plant, you know, a few trees. I guess I'm just wondering if there's more that we could do, but you know.
Well, by code, no, because no additional, if we went through the land development process for this, which would be kind of onerous for less than 300 square feet, there would be no stormwater management required because there's no increase in impervious surface. So
there's no increase in impervious surface. That's right. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and now take the vote. I'll start with Sean.
Aye.
Ashley.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Hugh.
Aye.
Robin, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your attention and approval.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 11, the Board of Supervisors hearing for liquor license transfer for 1115 Westchester Pike, Westchester, PA, for KTM Supermarkets, Inc.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, I'm just going to finish, sorry.
I apologize.
Which is at the ShopRite of Westchester and possible approval of resolution 15-2020. So please identify yourself when you just spoke.
Sure. Hi, my name is Dave Berger. I'm the attorney for the applicant KTM Supermarkets.
Okay, thank you and welcome, Dave.
Thank you. Let me try to share my screen.
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, it's Tom Esty. I'm here for Kristen tonight, and I can introduce the hearing if you'd like me to do that at this time.
Okay, Mr. Berger, I just gave you permission to share your screen, so.
I got it, thank you.
Before we get...
Well, Tom's just making a recommendation that he would start the hearing.
Yes, thank you. I want to make sure the court reporter can hear me. Jay Reese, are you there?
Yes, I believe we can. Jay, can you just speak so we know we can hear you? Okay, that doesn't seem to be working.
I'm reading her lips, I guess. You can hear us, Jade? Okay, she's good. Thank you. So as the chair pointed out, this is a hearing on the application of KTM Supermarkets Trading as ShopRite of Westchester. The application is for the approval by the board of what's called an intermunicipal transfer of a restaurant liquor license. The license would be transferred into the township from the borough of Phoenixville, and it would be used by ShopRite at their store located 1115 Westchester Pike in the township. The applicant proposes to sell beer and/or wine at the ShopRite. This hearing is required by the liquor code. The board has to approve an intermunicipal transfer before the applicant can make an application to the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board for the transfer of the license. This is required because the township is currently over the quota for restaurant and eating place liquor licenses. We have to conduct a hearing before you make a decision on the transfer, and that obviously is the purpose of this hearing. It's a legislative hearing. It's not like a typical evidentiary hearing that you might have for a conditional use or something like that. Basically, you have to give an opportunity to residents of the township to make comments or recommendations about the application after we hear from the applicant. So basically, the hearing is being stenographically recorded as we've indicated. So it's important that anyone who speaks identify themselves and speak clearly and loudly enough so the court reporter and others present on the video conference can hear you. The applicant will initially present whatever information it wants to present to the board through its attorney, Mr. Berger, and any witnesses that he may want to call. After that, the board can ask questions of Mr. Berger or the witnesses. And then, as he indicated earlier, it would be appropriate to receive public comment, if any, on the application. The board is required to make a decision on the request by ordinance or resolution. The decision must be made within 45 days of the applicant's request. That 45-day period ends on November 27th. So as a practical matter, you need to make a decision this evening. However, there is an opportunity under the liquor code for you to unilaterally extend that period by 60 days if you were not prepared to make a decision this evening. So unless the board has any questions at this time, it would be appropriate to turn it over to Mr. Berger to make the presentation. Thank you.
All right, hearing no questions. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that little introduction. To give the members of the board kind of an idea how I'm going to handle this, usually I'll provide a quick presentation. I'll try to respond to any questions, but I also have Kathy Medancy, who is a representative of KTM, available on this call as well, should you have any questions that I can't answer that she needs to provide a specific answer for. So yes, my name is Dave Berger. I'm an attorney at Norris McLaughlin, representing the applicant KTM with regards to the intermunicipal transfer request pending before the board. The purpose of the hearing is to determine whether allowing a liquor license at this premise would adversely affect the health, safety, and general welfare of the community of West Goshen Township. The applicant has operated the ShopRite supermarket of Westchester at the location for the last 25 years. The property itself, you'll see by this overhead, is located off of Westchester Pike in between North 5 Points Road and I believe that's Spring Lane right over there. The property is surrounded by a apartment complex on the other side of Westchester Pike. There are some commercial uses around the shopping center as well as some residents to the back. Because the premises is located in a shopping center, there is ample parking. The applicant is proposing to utilize the liquor license to provide their additional offering of beer and wine sales to the currently existing supermarket. The applicant plans on selling in-demand beers, seltzer, and wine at the location. You don't have to worry about alcoholic slushies or anything like that being served. The reason I say possibly wine sales is currently it is a plan of the applicant to sell wine, but to sell wine for takeout at the location, the PLCB would require the applicant to apply for and obtain what's called a wine expanded permit. The reason why we're here for the intermunicipal transfer license is the township is over quota with regards to restaurant licenses. There is only 10, the way the quota system works is for every 1 liquor license for every 3,000 people. By my count, the population size of the township currently is approximately 22,000 people. There are 10 active liquor licenses within the township, so you're over quota by not that many liquor licenses. We checked to avoid having to do this request. You can usually try to find and buy a license on the open market by looking at the safekeeping list. We did a review of the safekeeping list within the township, and there are no licenses available within safekeeping. What that means is KTM's only opportunity to obtain a liquor license and operate it out of that premises right now is to bring one from outside of the township. There is no other opportunity. There are no other licenses for sale. This is just what they needed to do to get this done. With regards to the operation itself, there are no plans for significant construction on the property. There will need to be some things moved around within the interior to accommodate for the beer and wine sales. One, just making space to accommodate for that kind of inventory. However, there are also PLCB requirements that they will also need to meet. What I mean by that is they have to provide ample seating for 30 people. There has to be food available on site for somebody to consume at the property. And the license area needs to be limited with regards to its interior connections. So with regards to the hours of operation, the applicant's hours of operation are currently Monday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. However, it is important to note that the alcohol sales can only occur on the property Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And Sundays, they cannot start selling alcohol until 9 p.m., but can sell all the way till close at 11 p.m. The inventory will be locked away and people won't be able to buy any alcohol during those hours that it's restricted because the sales need to occur from a licensed register. Those licensed registers will be manned by employees over 18 years of age. Those employees also need to be RAMP trained. RAMP is Responsible Alcohol Management Program. What that does is it teaches people to see the signs for visibly intoxicated people, teaches employees how to card, and everything necessary to make sure that there are no illegal sales of alcohol going on the premises. With regards to security at the property, there are approximately 20 cameras installed on the property that mostly supervise the inside of the property. The applicant currently has plans to actually extend the amount of cameras in the property by about another 50 cameras, which would cover the outdoor parking lot, the outdoor areas, and inside, even more cameras inside the premise. That would also include cameras looking at each register, including the register with the proposed alcohol sales. Every person would need to be carded for the sale of alcohol, and no sales of visibly intoxicated people would occur. These are also issues that would cause enforcement issues with the LCB, so it's imperative that they don't have these issues with regards to sales of visibly intoxicated people and sales to minors. Those are the strictest enforcement citations that can be issued by liquor control enforcement. Lastly, with regards to the on-premise consumption, because this is a restaurant liquor license, while the purpose of having this license is purely to allow them to expand their takeout offerings for convenience, they are not going to advertise and let them drink on premise. The Liquor Control Board actually requires that you cannot restrict consumption of alcohol on the premise. However, they can limit the amount that's consumed on premise. So the client is going to have a restriction of no more than 1 alcoholic beverage consumed on premise if someone decides to consume any kind of beverage on premise. Again, the hope is the people come in, buy a 6-pack for their convenience with their groceries, and leave through the store. So with regards to that presentation, I am certainly available for any questions the board might have, and my client is available as well if there's anything that I can't provide an answer to.
I have a question for Lieutenant Carroll. In your experience, I think probably the Acme is the first place I remember finally having some alcohol sold there. Do we see any major issues in terms of having additional alcohol being sold through a grocery store?
So yeah, and the Acme it's a relatively new phenomenon here. We have not seen any impact from that here at all.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is Sean Walsh. I have a question related to the amount of area dedicated to alcohol on the shelves versus the size of the store. Do you have that ratio?
I do not have a specific ratio for you. However, I believe the licensed area only needs to be at a minimum by the Liquor Control Board, a 300 square foot area. Certainly, this is not something we're proposing where half of the store is going to be alcohol. A lot of these supermarkets, which is more custom up here where I am in Lehigh County, but I would say it's almost an eighth of the store is dedicated to the sale of alcohol. This is not something where you're going to see half the store providing alcohol sales, that type of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to have a motion? Item number
I'll
11.
make the motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make the motion that we approve 15-2020 resolution.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you,
Madam
Ashley.
Chair, you need to ask if there's any public comment.
Yes. So we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any public comment?
This is Doug. I have a public comment, please.
Go ahead, Doug.
You mentioned that beer and wine will be sold. Is it possible that any spirits will be sold?
No, distilled alcohol cannot be sold for takeout by a restaurant, and there's not plans for a bar. So even any kind of liquor sold would be on-site sales, because you cannot sell distilled spirits to go unless that sale is through one of the Pennsylvania state stores.
Okay. Next question. Where in the store will the alcohol section be? And how close to the entrance?
So this is this is the very first step within the application process. I can let my client jump in if she's got an idea, because I don't believe that specific area has been defined yet, or know exactly where it's going to be located.
Is Kathy on the line?
Yes, I'm here. We do not have 100% location designated yet, but it will be towards the generally we're thinking towards the perishable area, the food service area of the store.
What's the perishable?
Okay.
Produce.
That's what I said.
My concern is public safety in the parking lot. People going in and buying alcohol, then sitting in their cars drinking, and causing problems in the parking lot. Is it possible for this to be approved contingent upon some safety improvements being made to the front of that store?
So as a matter of course with the LCB, and I don't want to say a matter of course, is that a municipality cannot preempt the liquor code or anything to make those additional requirements. So certainly I'm going to add that my client is investing a significant amount of money with regards to additional cameras to monitor the parking lots and those types of things. So they are cognizant of those potential issues. However, this is not something where approval by the municipality can be contingent upon the applicant doing anything further.
Well, I would beg to differ. I understand the preemption issue, but in these matters in one of your adjoining municipalities, there have been several agreements entered into regarding operations for various intermunicipal transfers and brewery licenses and other licenses. So I would agree that to some extent it's a voluntary effort. On the other hand, the board does not have to approve the intermunicipal transfer. So I don't know whether, I think you heard your future chief just indicate, Lieutenant Carroll, that there aren't any issues at the Acme. So, and my experience in these matters is you don't see people going into the grocery store and drinking in their cars. So I really don't think that's an issue.
Okay, let's go forward. Do we have any other public comment? Tom, did you want to say one more thing?
No, I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
All right, so I don't hear any additional comments from the public. Any additional questions by the board members?
Robert, can I just interject something here? We just had a presentation at the beginning of our board meeting here for communities that care. And they talked about substance abuse, including alcohol. Would your client consider, again, on a voluntary basis, given what we were just informed, to partner with them to, as part of their marketing about the dangers of alcohol?
Certainly that's something where, I mean, she's on the line and she can add in one of those things if she would want to assist. I mean, certainly this is not something where they're trying to promote the underage drinking of alcohol. They're making sure to restrict those types of things. But certainly my understanding is that my clients have been very active in the community for the period of time which they've been here. So while certainly I can't make any commitments for them, but certainly they may be willing to, further their community in any more that they need to do.
Yes, this is Doug White. I'd like to just make one more comment. Kathy, you may remember, well, what happened to my family at that store. I don't need to connect, but yeah, I do need to connect because serving alcohol can present a public safety problem. It may not really be a problem or hasn't been a history at the Acme, but I would, even though we can't make you do it, to make some traffic safety improvements voluntarily at the store. Again, I have not been there since 2014, so it's been my understanding that no traffic safety improvements have been added to the front of that store. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe we're now at a point where we can go ahead and take the vote. I'm going to start. Robin says aye. Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Hugh?
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you.
You too. All right, now we're moving on to a discussion and possible approval of Resolution 16, 2020, pedestrian signals for Westchester Area School District, Henderson High School, 400 Montgomery Avenue, Westchester, PA. Mr. Craig.
Yes, this is a proposal by the Westchester Area School District to place 2 flashing warning signals on Montgomery Avenue in front of Henderson High School. These proposed signals would be owned and maintained by the school district, but under PennDOT regulations, the township has to apply for the permit from PennDOT to allow the installation of the flashing warning signals. So there is a PennDOT permit application that goes along with the resolution, and then they require a resolution from the board approving the request for the installation of the flashing warning signals. A design plan has been provided to the township by the school district's traffic engineer, and that has been reviewed by the township. We made some suggestions for changes, which were made by the school district, and we believe that the current design is appropriate for the area and would improve traffic safety. And we would recommend that the board approve the resolution and the permit application for this installation.
Well, I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second.
I'll second it.
It's a good thing when we all say it at the same time.
So Rick, all that's there now is those like little yield signs, and there's crosswalks, and then there's also is there also like a flashing school zone light that goes on during school hours?
There are flashing 15-mile-per-hour school zone signs as well. These additional flashers would be at the 2 existing crosswalks and would certainly be much more visible and easier to see than the speed limit signs. They would also be activated by the pedestrians. So it would not be active all the time, only when there is pedestrian traffic in the area.
Oh, interesting.
Rick, would that be similar to the one down on Market Street in front of the government building?
No, it will not. That was the original proposal, and we did not prefer to do that because of some issues that we're aware of with that signal. It's not exactly the same situation. Obviously, Montgomery Avenue is not Market Street, but we felt that it would be more appropriate to have the pedestrians activate the signals and interact with that than just have it be an automatic situation.
And can I suggest another improvement in that area? The one at the front of the high school by the athletic field is really dark. I'd suggest that they put in a street light over that crossing also.
Okay. Yeah, Casey indicated that they already did that, Hugh.
Yeah, Hugh, the school district installed 2 overhead lights. We tried to work with Pico. Now this is pre-COVID, to put in LED lights that are obviously very bright. At the time, and this goes back maybe a year, Pico does not have, still to my knowledge, does not have an LED overhead light specification. They're still working on it for some reason. So there are 2
incandescent.
Yeah, incandescent street lights or overhead lights that are there. And as soon as Pico comes up with their LED specification, I believe the school district was going to improve those to create better lighting there.
Yeah, I use that regularly, and it really needs additional lighting. But I'm in favor of the resolution for sure.
Can you just remind me where that crosswalk goes to? Is that student parking on the other side of the street there?
Yes, and the tennis courts and the lacrosse field.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any public comment? Okay, hearing none. Any comments from the board? Any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and take the vote then. Hugh, can you start?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Robin? Aye. Thank you all. Okay, moving quickly to the next item, item 13, resolution 17-2020, deed of dedication for Bishop's Court, Kristen Camp and Mike Maffa. Mike Maffa?
I'm sorry, that's a typo. No, I'm sorry.
I thought I
it should
saw
be
Mike
Rick
on here for a
No, I'm
moment.
sorry.
No,
No,
I
I
was
must
still
have
on the
had
phone
a
here.
moment there.
All right, so I
Tom
bet
can
you
lead
Tom's
Tom
helping
can
us.
lead the discussion. Rick can throw in with the
All right.
discussion. Thank you. Sorry.
So is Tom helping us with this?
Sure.
Tom?
This is a standard deed of dedication of that road. There's a deed in the file that the township's received, and you have to pass a resolution accepting that deed so we can record it with the Chester County Recorder of Deeds.
Okay. So Casey, this is the final draft of this resolution that we received.
Yes, this is the latest. That's correct. This is the resolution number 17, accepting the deed of dedication for the new public road known as Bishop's Lodge Court. It's over off of Goshen Road. It's Glenn White's Bishop's Court development.
Okay. So we'll make a motion to accept the resolution.
Correct.
Okay, who would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion. 17-2020 be accepted.
Okay.
I'll second it.
John
I'll
has a
second it.
second. Okay, thank you, John. We've had a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment?
Hi, it's Margie. I have a quick question.
Okay.
I'm looking at the ordinance and it just says that the same effect as if it's been opened by a decree of the Court of Common Pleas of the County of Chester. Is that standard?
Yeah, that's
just
sort of I'm sorry. That's sort of an arcane term, which is a standard term in the acceptance of the deed of dedication.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Is there a homeowners association associated with this development that's on this street?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Tom.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe there is.
Yeah, I'm not aware of one either.
Yeah, the board did not approve homeowners association documents when this development was first approved several years ago.
It's also a very small development. There are only 6 houses in there now and one left to be built.
Right.
So it's very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I counted only 5, and they said there would be 6. And I was wondering where are they going to put these 6? The last one, do you know?
On Goshen Road.
And what's the reason why they haven't built that? Is it because it's on the floodplain?
No, they would not be building it if it was in the floodplain.
Just curious
That's
why
just
it
the
hasn't.
last house to be sold.
Right.
It was just part of the land, John. So it was just essentially a way to make use of it. They had the space for those 6 houses, and that's what they chose to bring forward to the township.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. I'll go ahead and start. Robin says aye. Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
You?
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the most exciting item of this evening, 2021 budgets presentation.
So Robin, could I introduce the this item on behalf of the board?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so first I'd like to, on behalf of the board, thank Christine in particular and Derek, the finance team and other staff members for all their hard work so far in pulling this preliminary budget together. I understand the effort they've put in and their commitment to providing us with a quality product for our review and for township residents to review and consider tonight. The plan we have is for Christine to basically present some overview slides for the 5 major funds that we have in the township. And she has the key highlights on both the revenues and expenses for each one of the funds. I suggest we try a process where after each slide, she pauses and allows clarifying questions from either the board or the public, just in the hope that that will allow us to have, a complete transparent process around each of the different funds. And then after completing the presentation, as a board, we can kind of share any overall perspective that we have on what we've heard and reviewed. And there are several issues that we still need to address and provide guidance to Christine and staff relative for them to prepare the final budget for our approval in December, and also for the budget to be published in the paper for review. And the three issues that I have, and there may be others that other board members have that they still want to raise, we still need to resolve the conversation that we had at our meeting at the beginning of the month relative to the contributions to the volunteer fire and EMS companies. So specifically, Goshen Fire Company and Goodfellow Ambulance Company, we have to resolve what we're going to fund them in 2021. We haven't had a discussion around, and we have not included in this preliminary draft, if we need professional engineering consulting fees to support Rick with his analysis and assessment of the corrugated metal pipe stormwater system repairs that we have throughout the township, and whether we need some additional dollars to help prepare that assessment in 2021. And we have an open question that we know that the police department has still requested or would like to see us have additional dispatch cover. So those are 3 issues that I know we have not put money into the budget so far in the numbers that we have. We do have what we provided the volunteer fire and EMS companies last year, but we have not put anything in additional per their request for this year. So with that, Christine, if you would like to lead us through the slides and take it away, thank you.
Sure, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the first slide is just some general highlights of the budget overall across all funds. This year is the 11th consecutive year that there is no proposed millage rate increase for real estate taxes. The current millage rate stands at 2 mills. Sewer and trash fees are both proposed to remain the same. The current fee for sewer is $105 per quarter, and the current fee for trash is $85 per quarter. The salary and wage increases proposed are an average of 2% for all non-uniform employees and an average of 3.5% for uniformed employees. This year, the personnel requests include 1 administration department replacement, 1 finance department replacement, 2 additional roads department laborers, and 1 street sweeper operator. This year, we're continuing on the trajectory we have been with the increased employee contribution to the pension plan. This year, we moved from 3 to 4%. Next year will be the last year when we move from 4 to 5%. The pension MMO costs are going to increase this year. That's due to a combination of things, in part to the benefit enhancement from 2019. There were also some changes to the mortality tables and some actuarial losses to our investments in 2018, which is used to prepare those reports. Interest rates are basically non-existent at this point, and we're expecting them to remain low as the pandemic continues, may even worsen. We're proposing all major capital expenditures to be paid from the Capital Reserve Fund, as we have done so for the last several years. we're going to continue with our proactive approach to infrastructure replacements and repairs. In the budget for 2021 are Ravens Lane, Sunset Hollow, Pine Valley, and 2 Idlewild Basin retrofits. And there are some significant carryovers from the 2020 budget that did not occur this year. Obvious circumstances. Ravens Lane and Sunset Hollow and the Idlewild Basins are part of those carryovers, in addition to the street sweeping program and the street sweeper purchase that were supposed to occur in 2020 as well. We are proposing a transfer from the general fund to the capital reserve fund for major capital purchases and for stormwater capital projects. And we're also proposing a transfer from the sewer fund to the sewer reserve fund to subsequently be transferred to the West Goshen Sewer Authority. So those are just some of the main highlights of the items that have been included currently with the proposed budget. If anyone had any questions.
Hi, Christine, it's Margie. May I ask a question, please?
Sure.
On the second to last bullet point, the proposed transfer, I've brought this up in previous years. For some reason, it's second-class township code law that transfers between accounts should not take place within the first 90 days of the year. So because it's law, I'm wondering if we can delay those transfers and follow the law and make those transfers after April 1st. That's the one point about that bullet point. And then the second one is, I'm wondering if the board would consider the stormwater capital projects amount of the 1.596. Instead of transferring that amount into the capital reserve fund, why not go ahead and open a stormwater fund and take that amount and put it in a stormwater fund? Because I'm still of the belief that I think we can fund the stormwater expenses we have in the years ahead of us with our current tax receipts. And by already opening a dedicated stormwater capital projects fund, I just think that's a start, that maybe we really don't need to have an engineering firm come in to show us how to open a dedicated stormwater fund. And I know their purpose is to direct us on how we can pay for that, but it's just a thought I had, and I think we should just open up a dedicated stormwater fund with that 1.56 or 96. So that's the comments I have on that page. Thank you.
So Margie, I'd just like to reply to the second one. The first one, I really don't know the answer to, whether it's legally allowed or not, or suggested that transfers aren't made. We do have a balance in the capital reserve fund that can fund our purchases, if you like, in the first 3 months of the year. So it's theoretically possible we could move these amounts after April the 1st. Obviously we will have expenditures that start occurring on these projects, in the spring here when we get going with some of these stormwater projects. So I don't know the actual cash flow situation. I mean, it's possible, but it's more an administrative thing. And again, I'm not sure whether there is any legal restriction on us or not. With regard to your second point, I prefer that all capital expenditures are routed through a capital reserve fund. So for clarity of investing in our township assets, we see all substantial physical asset investments are moved through that fund for purchases and project investment. A stormwater fund is something we will consider establishing when we have an ongoing operational activity, such as street sweeping, that has recurrent operating costs from one year to the next, and we need to budget for revenues and expenses against that in a new fund. And that will be something that Christine and the finance team will be evaluating how to set up and manage during 2021. as we start looking at how the implementation of street sweeping and other activities will occur. So understand your point. Personally, I prefer capital to be routed through a capital fund and operational costs to come out of a stormwater fund. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, Casey, you want to move to the next slide? Okay, so this slide is for the revenues expected in our general fund. You can see across the top, we have the actuals observed for the last several years, in addition to the 2020 budget, the 2020 projected, and the 2021 budget. And then we have a chart that shows the breakdown of where all of the revenues are expected to come from in 2021. And if there weren't any questions, you can move to the next slide.
So Christine, it's Derek. I don't have a question, but I think it's important to pay attention to 2020 budgeted and 2020 projected to just kind of show how I think we as a township kind of weathered the storm with the pandemic. I know it's not over yet, but I think it is a significant number that we're still projecting pretty much on target versus some of the other, neighbors and other municipalities around the nation. So I think that's one to take out. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So this is just some overall highlights to what really drove the revenue budget for 2021. Interim tax revenue is anticipated to increase. The Luxor Apartments project is expected to be completed. I want to say it was around June of 2021. Transfer tax is also proposed to increase. This is a result of the additional homes that are going to be sold in the Greystone development. We're anticipating about 125 sales in 2021. The special police services revenue is going to increase as a result of the agreement that we entered into with Westchester Area School District for juvenile officer services. They will reimburse us for a portion of that. Cable TV franchise fees have continued to decline over the last several years. That's based on the number of services that residents use within the township, and as residents have quote unquote cut the cord, we've really seen that revenue decline. Again, interest rates are low, so we're not expecting much revenue from interest earnings. Building permits, we're expecting that to remain steady. There's still a decent amount of construction continuing in the township. And then miscellaneous revenue is really going to increase for 2021. We're expecting a one-time receipt from Aqua that will offset a portion of our paving project for 2021. So those are just some of the key things impacting the revenues for 2021. If anybody has any questions. No. If not, then you can move to the next slide, Casey. Okay, and this is just a little bit more of an in-depth look at the revenues. This is just a comparison from the 2020 budget to the 2021 budget to so you can see, the changes from last year to this year. If nobody has any questions, we can continue. Okay, so this is the slide for our 2021 general fund expenses. Again, you can see across the top, we have actuals for the last several years in addition to the 2020 budget, 2020 projected, and the 2021 budget. As Derek said, if you note the 2020 projected, it is slightly down from what we had budgeted. There was a lot of expenses that were unable to occur this year given the pandemic. And then you can see in the chart the breakdown of how the expenses are allocated amongst the different departments for 2021.
So Christine, I'd just like to add a comment. It just builds on what both you and Derek have said on this. So when you look at the performance for 2020 of our budget and the impact of COVID-19, first of all, we are very fortunate in West Goshen that we've not seen, a hit to our revenue to the township throughout the year. And as you probably, may not have seen on the earlier slide, our revenue is forecast to be pretty much right on budget for 2020, which is, we're very fortunate position for ourselves. In addition, you can see on this slide the 2020 projected versus the 2020 budget in terms of expense outcome is favorable. And as Christine said, it's due to certain activities not taking place. It's also a fact that as a board, we directed staff and reviewed in the mid-year where we were and took actions to make sure that we cut back on discretionary spend a little bit, and we're able therefore to save against our budget expectations. And so if you look at the more detailed report that isn't in this slide, these slides, you'll see that the general fund balance that's projected for the end of 2020 is in the order of about $900,000 greater than our original budget expectation, which is actually a good outcome for this year. So I just want to thank everyone involved with doing that.
Okay. Okay, so this is just some general highlights of the expenses for the 2021 budget. Our workers' compensation is expected to decrease based on the estimates we've received from our trust. We saw similar savings in our health insurance, which is through the same trust as well. Tuition reimbursement is going to decrease based on the number of participants for 2021. There is not a significant monetary increase, but a significant percentage increase in the Parks Recreation operating account. And this increase is for the new website design and maintenance that we're going to enter into in 2021. Traffic light electric is proposed to increase. We're expected to get 3 new additional traffic signals. So that will increase relative to that. Road materials are proposed to increase for 2021. Our paving project is proposed to increase. $140,000 is what we have in there for 2021. Again, this is to offset the receipt that we're expecting from Aqua in miscellaneous revenue. We have engineering costs proposed to increase at $275,000, and we also have the Boot Road restriping project that is shared with East Goshen, which is a one-time project occurring in that account for 2021. And then we're proposing a transfer to the capital reserve for debt service, major capital expenditures, and stormwater capital projects.
Christine, I actually have a question. I didn't realize this. Why are we charging the website design and maintenance to a parks operating line item?
This is a conversation that Derek and I have had. That's just where it's always been. We didn't feel that now was the time to move it. Tracking the trends in 2020 is already, a little difficult with how some of the expenses have played out due to the pandemic. So we figured we would leave it where it is for now and then address it again next year.
To be honest with you, Sean, we definitely eventually want to move that in a place that's more appropriate. But given the swings we've seen in some of these accounts because of COVID, we just didn't want to add to that dilemma if we didn't have to. So that was the reasoning.
Yeah, Sean, if I can answer that, that goes back to the initiation of the website, almost 2 decades ago. The Park and Rec department, not Parks Maintenance, but Park and Rec department was put in charge of the website design almost 20 years ago. So at the time it was put into the Parks budget.
Great, thank you.
Okay, you can move to the next slide. Okay, and again, similar to the revenues, this is just a little bit more of an in-depth look at the expenditures by department with a comparison of the 2020 budget to the 2021 budget with the dollar value changes between the two. If there's no questions, you can move to the next slide.
Commitment to that team. Don't just quit when something starts to feel tough. Okay?
Okay, so our sewer fund revenues. There's not many things changing in the sewer fund revenues for 2021. The rates are staying the same. We are expecting that decrease in interest earnings. We are expecting a little bit of an increase in sewer rents as we add new accounts as homes are completed in the Greystone development. And again, you can see across the top, you know, the comparison of the last several years actuals to the most recent budgets and a breakdown of how the revenues are received from what sources in this fund.
Christine, this is Doug White. I have a question, please.
Sure.
Is there still going to be the surplus that resulted from the sewer rents being slightly higher, slightly more than to cover the debt service?
Well,
in the past, we had a surplus. Go ahead.
We would be anticipating a surplus in the sewer fund. However, we are proposing a transfer to the sewer reserve fund to subsequently transfer those excess funds to the sewer authority.
Okay, so that
it appears as a deficit, but if you were to remove that transfer, we would be observing a surplus in the sewer fund account.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So just to build on that, Doug, it's a good question. So we actually in 2020, 2019, 2020, and 2021, we have a surplus. It's in the range of about $500,000 to $600,000 above the operating expenses of the treatment plant and the collection system. The treatment plant expenses are increasing in 21 as we bring on the phosphorus removal system. So that will be increasing somewhat. We will still have a surplus. And you know, last year we moved $1.5 million over to the authority from the sewer reserve fund. This year we're going to move $1 million, and we're working on the longer term capital plan. If you know, subsequent annual transfers will be less than $1 million or what they need to be. But we have a sustainable model here for using the additional money received from the rate increase to move to the authority to fund these capital investments that we're making.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, so we got some background noise. Do you know where that's coming from?
Good night.
Yeah, I've been trying to see. Oh, I see. I got you. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Okay, and you can move to the next slide when you're ready. Okay, so the only really significant impacts to the expenses for the sewer fund in 2021 is we're going to see an increase in our chemical expenses and our sludge removal expenses in relation to the new COMEG system that was just put in. And then, as we've discussed already, we're proposing a transfer of $1 million to the sewer reserve fund for the sewer authority. And again, you can see the breakdown of the different areas that the expenses are spent for the sewer fund. And if there's no questions, you can move on.
I have a quick question, please.
Sure.
Why are we transferring the 1 million from the sewer fund into the reserve to be transferred to the authority? Just curious why it just doesn't go right from the sewer reserve to the authority.
The sewer reserve fund was put in place with the original bond. That's where the funds, the excess funds from the original bond were held. That's where the discretionary funds have always been held that would be available to the sewer authority. So just in keeping consistency, that's how we've done it. Last year was the first year that we made a transfer ultimately to the sewer authority, but that would be my reasoning.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a question. Given the revenues that are projected and the budgeted expenses for the sewer authority, are the sewer rates going to be able to sustain this trajectory as we pursue forward, as we move forward?
No. There is most likely going to need to be a rate increase in 2022. You know, that's something that we'll need to evaluate further during the budget for 2022 that will be occurring this time next year.
So just to add to that, so that's a possibility, but it's not set in stone. For example, our long-term 10-year planning for the investments in the sewer system, and we just a couple of months ago announced close to $1 million of grants that we're going to get from Pennsylvania, small water grant, etc. So we're going to have to revisit our plan and the funding sources. So over time, yes, we will need a rate increase. Whether it's 22 or later is still to be determined. And it depends how successful we are with some of these alternative sources of financing as we look at the different projects. So I would encourage anyone who's listening and interested in that to attend the Sewer Authority meeting at the beginning of December, because on the agenda will be a update to our 10-year plan for the investment that we intend to make in the sewer system, and looking at the various sources of funding too. So it's possible we'll have a rate increase as early as 22. It's also possible we will not.
Yeah, that's something we'll need to investigate a little further when it comes time to put together the 2022 budget. Okay. Waste and recycling fund, again, not anything major or very exciting here. We are expecting our performance grant to decrease based on the current recycling market and the trends that we've seen there. And we are expecting a slight increase in collection fees, again, as we add new accounts for the homes that are being constructed in the Greystone development. As you can see from the chart, majority of the revenue in this account comes from the collection fees for waste and recycling collections from the residents.
So Christine, I have a question on this. Mm-hmm. So do our collection fees cover the cost of the Republic collection services? I know we have additional costs associated with admin in this account, etc. But we don't have any income from the recycling really anymore. And right. My real question is the collection we get from the additional homes, the increase in revenue from those fees, is it sufficient to pay for the increase in collection costs from Republic to service those new streets and residences?
I don't believe so. I would need to investigate that a little further, but I do not believe so. I'm just glancing at something real quick.
And hey, Sean, just another point about Woodlands, about over 200 homes are going to be private. Well, actually more than that are going to be private streets, private trash collection. So we will not see revenue from the entire 589 homes in there.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we can move to the next slide. Okay, so for the waste and recycling expenses, our contracted collection and disposal is proposed to increase. This is primarily due to the addition of the additional homes in the Greystone development that we now have to pay for collection for. And then we are also in the second option year of our existing 3-year trash contract. So that trash contract will go out to bid next year for 2022.
Casey, have we any intelligence around whether trash contracts are being renewed for similar amounts that they currently are, or are we hearing that trash contracts are going up substantially when townships are bidding for the service?
I don't know of any. My manager colleagues and I and Derek stay in touch. I don't know of any contracts that have been awarded this year, but we will keep our eye out. And obviously, there's only a few players in the municipal trash business anymore, so we will definitely keep an eye out.
Thank you.
When will we, as a township, be putting out the bid for the next 3-year contract? It's going to be next year, I believe. It's ending. When will we start that process?
We'll start drafting that in January. I mean, it's going to take a while to draft. The solicitor should review it, and then we'll probably put it out April or May of next year.
But it doesn't have to be a 3-year contract either anymore.
Correct. The law was changed, so it can be an initial 5-year contract, so we can get some better stability in pricing.
Okay, so for liquid fuels, as you can see, the only real revenue source in this fund is the state grant that we receive, and interest earnings, which are pretty much non-existent at this point. We are expecting a 10% reduction to the grant that we will receive from the state based on their notification letter. This is due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on fuel consumption. So we are expecting a little bit of a decrease in this fund next year. Okay, so as you can see for liquid fuels, the only expense that we pay from this fund is our paving, our annual paving project. The 2021 budget is proposing to pave 5.07 miles with a total project cost of approximately $900,000. We're proposing that $760,000 be expensed from the liquid fuels fund and the balance of $140,000 be expensed from the general fund. Again, the general fund portion will be offset by the receipt that we are expecting from Aqua.
Quick question, please.
Sure.
I believe on the township website, under the roads department, I read where the supervisors accompany the director of public works to visit or view the roads that are scheduled for repaving. Has that happened?
Well, this is Sean. I mean, I know which we talked about the roads that were due to be repaved when we looked at the 2020, and I asked a couple of questions, and there were a couple of them that weren't going to be repaved. It was changing, but I've not gone along with Dave specifically to look at the individual roads and say, yeah, that's good to repave. No, that doesn't happen.
Right. I'm wondering just though if it wouldn't be, I don't want to say good practice, obviously, you know, Dave's competent and he can figure that out, but it's one of those things if we're going to be tight for revenue and expenditures next year, to maybe consider 4 miles of roads or 3.5. So it might be a good idea for the board to actually have a list of what's scheduled for 2021 and just go see what they think as well. Just a thought. Thank you.
So Casey, do we have to use liquid fuel revenue specifically to repave roads? We can't reserve it for other use, correct?
There are very specific uses for liquid fuels money. We can buy equipment with it. We can pay salaries, but the West Goshen is one of the only townships that use it only for the road construction contract. Otherwise, the auditing gets very tricky with PennDOT and the state and the Auditor General. To my knowledge, we've never used this money for anything but actual road paving.
It can be used
theoretically, could we use it for the capital purchase of one of the trucks that Dave's talking about replacing in 2021?
Yes, there are very strict rules though that, I mean, it's got to be used 100% for streets maintenance. We can't use it for stormwater or parks or anything else. So those criteria have to be met to the letter, or else we have to pay the money back out of general fund.
Streets maintenance?
I'm sorry?
You mentioned street maintenance?
I'm sorry?
I'm interrupting, actually.
Go ahead, sir. If you have a question, please ask
I
it.
have a question, yeah, because I need to go to bed. Okay, I gotta get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and do anesthesia at Penn, and I can't stay up any longer. So I'm interrupting all you guys. Do you mind?
Ask your question.
So we're in the middle of a budget presentation.
Identify.
It's all right. Let him ask his question. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Do you guys have anything on your agenda tonight at all about anything to do with Karen Lane and the tree in the center of the cul-de-sac that the township owns?
We do
It's
not.
a simple question. Do you not have anything on there at all?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I guess then I don't belong here tonight, do I?
If you have an issue, you should let Casey know in advance so he can put it on the agenda.
I actually thought someone put it forward for us. So since that didn't happen, I guess I have to sign off. But I was in conversation with the sewer authority for a while about this. I thought they would present it to you and at least put it on the agenda for us. They didn't do that.
I think Mr. Moffer has made it the authority aware that there's an issue on Karen Lane, but no one specifically requested it be on the agenda tonight. And if it was in the last couple of days, it wouldn't have got on the agenda anyway.
Right. No, it's been longer than that, actually. All right. I'm sorry to interrupt the meeting, okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Christine.
Was there any other questions about liquid fuels, or can we move on to capital reserve?
Capital reserve sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so capital reserve revenues For 2021, we are expecting to receive a grant for the electric vehicle charging stations that we purchased, as well as the 2 Idlewild Basin retrofits. The Idlewild Basin retrofit grant is a carryover from 2020. We had that in the 2020 budget, and that project did not get completed in 2020, so we will carry that revenue over to 2021 as well. And we are proposing transfers from the general fund and the restricted parks fund to cover the capital purchases and capital projects proposed in the budget.
Hi, Christine, it's Ashley. I just wanted to make a suggestion going forward. I know that you and I had a conversation about including the restricted parks fund. I know that you say it's a non-major capital expense, and so you usually don't include it in the budget presentation. However, I'd like to propose that in the future we include it, just so that we can be as transparent as possible and know how much we actually have in that fund, if you don't mind, and if everyone else agrees.
That is something we can do. There are several other funds that we have that appear on the treasurer's report that are not part of the budget also. The restricted parks account has always been similar to those. It's just been the last few years since we've had such an influx of receipts for these big projects that we've really had any real money in those. So, I mean, we can do that going forward, but just know in the very near future, that account is going to essentially, wipe itself out once those funds are spent. There's no real construction opportunities within the township. There's going to be no real revenue source in order to have any expenses from that fund in the future. Short term, yes, we will still be getting, significant revenue as Greystone continues, but once that's done, that's going to fall in line with the rest of the funds that don't have a revenue source or any expenses.
Are those other accounts that you're speaking about available online for the public to view?
They're all in the treasurer's report. They're all in the monthly treasurer's report. Yeah.
All right, great.
I have a follow-up to that.
Sure.
Forget what it was. So the restricted parks account. So there was $750,000 roughly generated into that account this year, and likely another 250,000 in 2021. So we're looking at an account with $1 million. And I just think to show the entire financial picture of the township, it would be good practice to include it in the budget. And then also, if someone could confirm to me, I thought I read somewhere where those monies have to be spent within 3 years of receipt, or the developer can request a refund. So could someone speak to that?
That is correct.
So say the 512,000 that we got from Luxor, 1 year is going to be up. So we have 2 years to use that $500,000, or else he could request a refund of that.
That's correct. And that's why we've been using the money.
Nobody's ever done it though. To my knowledge, nobody's ever.
No developer in this township has ever asked for that money back, ever.
But if they have, and we haven't spent it, then we just kiss $500,000 goodbye. So I would just like to keep an eye on that.
It's not kissing any money goodbye. We have to have valid expenses to spend that money on, which is open space acquisition, parks maintenance. So we have been using that money over the past few years to make those expenses.
Okay, and then one just last comment. On this slide, I believe it does talk about the transfer from the restricted parks account, or one of the slides it did. So when we're talking about appropriations from one fund to another fund, but that fund that it's coming from isn't included in the budget, I just think that's a lapse. So it would just be nice to have that fund or the account included. Thank you.
So just to build on that a little bit, I do support the idea of the restricted parks fund being shown in the budget presentation because of the size of revenues we've recently been receiving in it, and because it is intended to pay for some of these capital purchases that we have on our list for 2021, etc. So it would be good to include that in this budget presentation. I don't think it's necessary to show all the other funds that we have. I mean, if you look at, for example, another good one would be the Sewer Reserve Fund. As Christine explained earlier, that sits there as a fund. It typically doesn't have any movement in and out of it except this transfer that we pass through to the sewer authority. So it's available on the Treasury report every single month. It doesn't need to be part of this presentation in a budget review because it would just be a waste of time in my opinion. But I do accept that the capital parks, the restricted parks fund should be described in the budget presentation. Thanks.
Okay, so for the capital reserve expenses, the major projects that are included, again, are Ravens Lane, Sunset Hollow, the 2 Idlewild Basins, Pine Valley, and the TMDL PRP plan designs. We also have some park improvements included, which will be paid from the restricted parks fund. That includes 2 bathroom renovations, a bridge replacement at Cooper Smith Park, also the NTE fee for the Pine Barrens rehabilitations, and a consulting fee for the long-term management planning of the new park that we will be getting.
Christine, this is Doug White, please.
Oh, go ahead, Doug.
Christine, there's been some concern about the bathrooms situation at Community Park, namely that there's 1 bathroom at the pavilion, and there have been some suggestions from residents to add a 2nd bathroom at the pavilion. Is that being planned or talked about? Or okay.
I believe the bathrooms included in 2021 are at Cooper Smith and Barker. I would have to speak with Doreen about anything at Community Park.
I don't think there's been any internal discussion regarding.
No, this is Dave. A couple years ago, we looked at putting a handicap accessible bathroom at the community park down at the amphitheater, but that was taken out of the budget.
Okay, yes. Some residents would like to see another bathroom down at the pavilion. Thank you.
And I have a question about the sign, the township complex sign. Did I hear someone along the way say that it is not going to be a digital sign?
We do not have it in the budget as a digital sign.
I don't know if you've seen like the digital sign in front of Oakbourne Park. And I've seen other smaller digital low profile signs that are very attractive. And I just think that maybe if we're replacing it, that we would consider a digital sign.
There's been discussion back and forth on that. I don't know.
I mean, so I can speak to this because I think we've gone back and forth over the last 3 or 4 years with this discussion, and we never really seem to get board consensus on an electronic sign. They're also very costly. So I think, given the tightness of this year's budget, it was budgeted as just sort of a monument, West Goshen Township sign. But yeah, there's certainly other digital options that have varying, degrees of attractiveness. But, it's just, it's the board's budget. And, in the last 3 or 4 years, I don't think the board's really come to a consensus on wanting an electronic sign in front of 1025 Paoli.
That's correct. I mean, when we discussed this during the capital review process, we decided that it was appropriate and timely to replace the identification sign, if you like, of West Goshen Township with something that was attractive as a monument sign, but that the capabilities and expense of a digital sign were not something that we supported. My personal view as a board member is that the communication elements of that, we have better mechanisms to serve residents and inform them of what's going on versus a small amount of capability that a digital sign provides. And I also think they're somewhat distracting to drivers too. So that's my personal opinion. I'm supporting the simple replacement of an identification monument sign for this amount of money. Thanks.
So will it be changed out? Will there still be meeting dates and times, or it's just a monument sign that says West Goshen Township?
Further designed to whatever we look at for this kind of sum of money that we have, whatever's capable of, whether it's changeable or not, whatever makes sense and is agreed on as they get the design completed.
Will this sign be the community sign that has the lettering? That's what's being changed?
No, it's scheduled to be a total removal. And to Sean's point, whether we're getting informative lettering or be able to have that accomplished still is based on what we can find for the price.
Okay.
Okay, so this is our last slide. This is just a summary of the capital purchase requests over the last several years in comparison to what is proposed in the current 2021 budget.
Okay, so thanks, Christine. It's a good job walking us through the highlights of the key revenue and expenses of the 5 major funds here. So now at this point, we're in terms of a process, it's open for the board to weigh in on what they've heard, what they've seen in the detailed information for the budget. And having had that, any comments you have, then we can move to those 3 issues that we know we still need to discuss relative to providing direction for the final budget.
Is that gated for parks coming from restricted parks, Christine?
Yes, all of the parks major capital expenses as well as the parks improvement expenses are being paid with the restricted parks fund.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to see if we can address the issue of our payment or our investment in Goshen Fire Company and Good Fellowship.
Okay.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, I would like to speak on that. The services provided by Goshen Volunteer Fire Company and Good Fellowship, I think, are essential to our community. It's really important for what they do for us, and we need to support them. This has been an extraordinary year for everybody, and certainly they are no exception, maybe even more so. With the Goshen Fire Company having to cancel the fair, they took a major hit in their revenue stream for this year, and they're knocking on our door asking for some help here, and I think we should do something to assist them in their request. So I'd like to make a proposal to the board for consideration, given the capital purchase requests that are being made. We're running a deficit here of $3.5 million for this year, and a fair amount of that, or at least $1 million of that, close to it, is coming from the capital expenditure request. And I would like to suggest that the board would consider the following. The police department is requesting 3 vehicles, one of which is only 4 years old. So I'm suggesting holding off on buying that 3rd vehicle for the 1 year there. That would be 40 grand we could possibly realize for that. And also, the streets is requesting a purchase of the excavator for 125 grand. 11-year-old piece of equipment. We have a very efficient parts department, automobile repair shop. These guys are good at doing what they're doing. Let them fix these machines and keep them in good repair. So that could be a savings for us as well, which we could apply towards the request being made by the fire departments and also Good Fellowship. So that's my thought. I'm going to throw it out there for the board to consider. It's a tough time for everybody, and We all have to pull in our belts a little bit here. So that would be one thought that I have.
John, would you want the changes to be in funding to be a commitment for year on year, or are you just looking for a 21 increase and then revisit it in 22's budget as to what makes sense?
That's what I'm suggesting. Goshen Fire is asking, they're going from 126,000, which we have been given to them over the years, to 215. I'm saying this meets their request for this year and revisit it next year. We see where they're at. They may be able to put the Goshen Fire back on this year. If that's the case, they may not feel the need for those that request, a year from now. So I'm saying let's revisit it a year from now. And also
John,
for good fellowship, can I just finish? And for good fellowship, they're looking for 87,000 up from their 50 grand, which is a 37,000 increase. And I think that's not too much to be asking for that.
Okay, so
John,
let me just.
if we can add to that the request from FAME on their construction assist for the firehouse of at least 10,000, and I would really like to give them 25 if at all possible.
Does FAME serve West Goshen? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, FAME serves the western 50% of the township, along with
part of the Westchester Fire Department.
Right.
Actually,
Okay,
so
what
we do make a contribution to them through that line item.
Okay, so I'm looking at our last discussion. I'm looking at Westchester Fire Company. I'm looking at Goshen Fire, and I'm looking at Good Fellowship. Goshen Fire, we are giving 126,000 per year for the last 25 years. Now they're requesting 215. Is that right?
Right.
So you're suggesting that we give essentially almost 100 grand more to Goshen Fire and another 37 grand to Good Fellowship, and then Hugh is suggesting we give another 30 or so grand to FAME.
No,
25.
No, I said 25.
Okay, 25.
I said between 10 and 25, but 25 would be an optimum number.
All right. So what really gets to me personally is that I feel as though we are really substantially nickel and diming our own dispatch, and that serves our township exclusively, and that we are willing to shell out almost $200,000 to these three fire departments that obviously I want to support. But I honestly feel that our first priority should be to the entire township as a whole with our dispatch. And I feel like we need to clear those funds up first. I feel like we need to reinstate our dispatch. Obviously, I'm in favor of increasing our payments to these three fire companies, but it's a pretty penny worth of money. And I don't understand why we've had such issues with just reinstating dispatch that is literally less than $20,000. So that's kind of where I am.
Well, just as another point of view, the investment we make in Goshen and Good Fellowship directly serves the residents of West Goshen. And many of them recognize and are comfortable and happy to have those organizations be the people who pick them up and take them to the ER if necessary. And given the fact that there's no money coming from the state, they really don't have a lot of flexibility to continue to fundraise and get investments from third parties. If during that presentation, when Kim shared with us some of the details of how she's been managing and handling the finances associated with Good Fellowship in particular, I see this investment as being an investment in making sure that our residents can be taken, cared for.
But I look at the investment.
I feel like they're trusting these groups to be the ones that pick them up.
I look at the investment in our dispatch as the same investment. and I actually see it as a cheaper investment, and it's more of an in-house investment. So what I'm saying is that if we're going to consider increasing our contributions to the fire departments by a lot, that we really need to first look at our own police department and what they had before. That's sorry, there's feedback. Is there somebody?
I don't know. I'm hearing it too.
Yeah, that was Doug White. I just muted him.
Lieutenant Carroll or Lieutenant Dominio, I know that you're both on the call here. I just want to get a rough idea maybe of the kinds of funds that you feel the police department would really from as far as public safety and wellness and emergency response. I mean, do you have a number maybe for us that you would need to reinstate dispatch at a comfortable level?
Sure. So as we spoke before, we are proposing, or we requested to reinstate the weekend dispatch by 16 hours. Currently in 2020, we were cut for the weekend dispatch for the part-timers, so we have no weekend dispatch. So we're proposing for 16 hours of weekend coverage based on probability studies and just historical statistics. So to your argument, Ms. Connie, as far as the level of service that provides, we've talked about it in great length at other meetings, and it's the level of service that the police department can provide by having in-house dispatch. And I've given you many examples. Mr. Hellman has been involved in those meetings as well. The level of service that is reduced when we are not dispatching our own police officers. So to answer your question, we were requested the 16-hour weekend coverage. We proposed at $14,144.
$14,000.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the salary, right, Justin? There's a benefit package that goes on top of that for the part-time, or are they not eligible?
No, sir. Mr. Walsh, this is for this is projected on part-time dispatchers and what we currently or used to pay our part-time dispatchers. So there's no benefit package, there's no fringe benefits on top of that.
And are you suggesting that you would prefer the 16 hours of weekend coverage to having backfill available for the Monday through Friday coverage when one of the two current dispatchers is out for whatever reason?
No, not necessarily. So right now we have no source to backfill the current 80 hours. This is in addition to the 16, and like I said, Ms. Scania and Mr. Hellman and Lieutenant Carroll and I spoke about this before. No, so to answer your question, no, we would prioritize what would be essential for us. So the backfill of 80 hours is still a priority. The Monday through Friday is still historically shown to be busier than the weekends.
But we're still only looking at maybe 22,000, 23,000, right? With both.
Correct.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? Because we were starting with this conversation related to having a decision around the ambulance and the Goshen commitment. We can move to Ashley and the police discussion, but I don't want to make this a competitive issue between doing something more for the ambulance company. I think this has to be a separate discussion in terms of, we're not supposed to be trading horses here. Let's take this issue of the ambulance company and Goshen Fire, because that's the group we need to make a decision about now in terms of what we want to do, whether we want to do something above what they've asked us for, if we want to do an increment between what they're asking for and what we feel we're comfortable in being able to offer. And that's what I'd like to try to have as a conversation. I don't know what, John, you were thinking in terms of your numbers, if you had actually scoped any of that out.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. We would defer the purchase of one of the police vehicles. That's 40 grand there, and also defer the purchase of the excavator, the CAT excavator for this year. That was 125 grand, and that would cover essentially the two requests by the Goshen Fire and also by good fellowship.
It would also fund the amount that Hugh was looking for fame as well.
Yeah, can I just ask that question on the money from fame, because this is the first, and I could be missing something here, but this is the first I'm hearing of the specific money for fame versus obviously the other two we've had discussions about. I'm not aware of where this fame request came from, so
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. How much do they need?
I think we need to talk.
What they want, but what do they need?
Well, Hugh just described what he thought would be the right number to make. Hugh, do you want to go ahead and share more information?
Yeah, they have funded about 2/3 of their construction costs. They still have a third left to go. They haven't completed the construction that they have underway right now, and basically they need another 60,000 or so. Obviously we can't come up with 60K for them, but I proposed at least 25.
So they've been in touch with you.
That'd be
okay.
Yes, as I said in my comments before, Derek, I was in the firehouse and went through on Saturday with the open house that they had. I think, in fact, Casey had forwarded the invitation to me. But in any event, Bill Renane, who's the co-chair of the fundraising thing for their building, specifically approached me and asked about the possibility of getting additional funds. I know that we've given them money this year, and that they're very appreciative of what we have already given. But I really think, considering the rescue unit that they have, plus the ladder unit, that they really deserve the money.
Okay, thanks.
And look, I hear what you're saying. We're in one discussion about emergency response. We're talking about fire companies, but I actually sort of beg to differ. I think that as far as prioritizing, we need to look at in-house first. And I think that we can spare the 23,000 to dispatch.
Actually, that is in-house. That is really our responsibility to provide fire and rescue response to our customers, who are, in fact, our residents.
I absolutely agree. Who else does fame serve, though? But can I ask that? Like, who is fame? Westchester as well?
Fame is one company of three that comprise the Westchester Fire Department.
Right. So, and I understand that they serve West Goshen, and obviously we appreciate their service, and I would love to help them out even more. What I'm saying is that the police department that we already pay for and fund is asking for a simple request that's literally only $23,000 or so. And I feel that we should prioritize that before we increase funds to our other three fire departments.
John just advocated to remove one of the police vehicles from their request for this year.
I'm sorry, Robin, what was that again?
Pardon?
What was your question again?
No, I was explaining to Ashley that you just made the request that you'd like to see the police officers give up one of their vehicles in order to apply that towards okay.
With conversations that we have had with Lieutenant Domidio and Lieutenant Carroll, John and I, we have asked them specifically, can you find the money within the budget to budget for this dispatch? They've indicated that they can. Now, I'm not going to speak for them. I don't know if things have changed, but I don't think it would be too much of a stretch, even if they couldn't, to allocate that money to our own dispatch, given we're in an emergency COVID situation anyway.
All right, well, anyway, these are some suggestions for us to consider. I don't know if we have to make decisions about these tonight. Is that where we're at? Because I have some other thoughts as well.
We don't have to make it tonight. We have up until the actual date of December 15th to finalize everything that we want to do. And that might mean that so others might want to reach out to individuals to ask more questions, to get more information.
Sure.
And I'd like to work with the finance staff as well, looking at the impact of and making any changes from what we already have right now in the preliminary book.
Ashley and I are going to be meeting with Lieutenant Domidio on Friday, and we're going to be looking at the dispatch data during the emergency period between March 16th and May 21st, I believe it is. So we'll have a better idea of the data, and let the facts speak.
I do think we should make a decision on the volunteer companies tonight. I kind of see how it's all connected, but we have had a lengthy discussion around these contributions at a meeting that was almost dedicated to it. We've gone over the same turf tonight. John has what I think is a pretty reasonable proposal with respect to being able to fund them to the degree that they need for 21. I do believe we need to make sure it's not with a promise that that's a level of funding that we're necessarily going to commit to for future years. But I do think we should try to make a decision on this tonight so that when Casey publishes the budget, this item is kind of behind us. I'm quite happy to let John and Ashley continue the conversation, look at the data around dispatch, and work that some more if need be at the final budget meeting. But I think on the volunteer contributions, we should try to make a decision tonight.
Well, you know how I feel about it.
So I'd just like to ask Dave Woodward a question about the excavator. Dave, if that was deferred for a year or two, what kind of problems or concerns might it raise for you?
Well, that machine's been deferred a couple times already, and that one, with what we're running into with all the storm pipe and all we're working on ourselves, we don't have the reach or the capability to dig in a lot of the spots. We were doing a job up on it escapes me right, Legion Drive, and we couldn't reach deep enough to get the pipe while we were there.
So you're talking you're going to really buy an excavator that's an upgrade in terms of its size and capability is what you're looking for because of anticipating continued issues that you would like to be able to work on with streets crew in stormwater, correct?
Right. And it's really the same machine, but they've made it much more capable.
But at the end of the day, we could certainly defer it for another year. I mean, you're able to keep it running and operating, and it's not going to be non-functional in the next 12 months.
No, that's up to the board. That's your ultimate decision.
Yeah. Well, I find myself persuaded by John's suggestion that we defer a couple of these capital purchases from 21. Use that money certainly to fund the requirements for Goshen Fire Company and Good Fellowship Ambulance, and with the understanding that that is not a longer term commitment, but is trying to get them through COVID and to reevaluate where we are when we look at 2022. So I would support that as a budget change tonight. I think for Fame Fire Company, with all due respect, Hugh, I'd like to see a formal request and understand more about where they are and what they want. And we'll have to address it when they come forward with that as a proper proposal to the board.
I can get that sometime this week.
And we could address it at the December meeting then.
I'm just going to ask again. I'm just not sure. Like Derek said, Fame has not entered the discussion until tonight. And I'm not sure why we're so quick to allocate an extra $25,000 to Fame and not to our own police department. Anyway.
I'm not agreeing to allocate it tonight. I'm saying same as you and John are getting more information from the police department about the justification for dispatch and why it's so important. I want to see the same information come from FAME as to why they really need this money to complete their project, and then we can evaluate that with the extra information, both of those proposals at the December meeting. But I'd like to get the $110,000 increase for FAME and not for FAME, for Goshen and Good Fellowship agreed tonight, because that's a bigger item for the budget.
It's 89,000 for FAME, or for Goshen, I'm sorry, and 37,000 for Good Fellowship.
Yeah, so that's the number I'd like to agree we can fund tonight and defer those two capital expenditures. I forgot to ask the police staff whether deferring a police vehicle for another year would be a problem, what issues that might give you, or whether it's doable.
I think the main issue would be, I'm sure we could survive next year, but as we push it further out with our 20-year plan on car replacement, it's going to pile more cars at some point in the future where the expense is going to be maybe hard to swallow then.
Understood. Yeah.
May I ask a question regarding the police vehicles? On the plan, this 10-year capital plan, it shows that 3 vehicles are being replaced, but those vehicles don't appear to be the 2 that Chief Gleason talked about. So 2014 and 15, or 2015 and 16 Ford Explorers that with the lower mileage aren't
looking for that
vehicles that are listed on here.
I'm sorry, can you say that last part one more time?
So Chief Gleason brought forward 2 replacement Ford Explorers with lower mileage on them. Okay. And they aren't indicated on this plan as the ones that were to be turned over. So the 3 vehicles on here are all older, and they're like 2012 with a lot of miles on, which contradicts 2 of the vehicles that it sounded like Chief Gleason wanted to change out.
Good.
So some of the older vehicles that are being replaced, that the replacement is in consultation with the gentleman that work on the cars, Mr. Weddy.
Right.
We spoke to him. There's some rust issues because of their older vehicles, and not all of the replacements are patrol vehicles. So some vehicles are used for patrol and some of our vehicles are not.
Right, but the total request, from my understanding, is 3 vehicles
for next
traded
year.
out for next year.
Yes.
And those 3 vehicles are different than 2 that Chief Gleason had brought forward.
I'm not seeing the difference. I'm going to defer to Justin for one second.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So if you go on the 10-year capital plan, and it highlights the ones that are being disposed of and the ones that are up for replacement. In the police department, it shows, sorry, engineering, parks, police. Okay, actually on here it's showing 4 vehicles to be bid for police.
Yeah, one of those
sorry.
is
I'm sorry. That was 2020. Is 3 vehicles, and it's showing a 2012 Ford Explorer XLT pool car, and it shows a Ford sedan 2015, and then a marked Ford sedan. So those are 3 vehicles, but Chief Gleason had talked about 2 Ford Explorers that aren't listed on here. So I'm just.
I don't know which vehicles that you're saying he talked about. I'm sorry.
So let's not get hung up on what Chief Gleason might have put forward. We have 3 vehicles on the list here. 1 a Ford Explorer, 2 Ford sedans, each shown as a $40,000 item. Lieutenant Carroll or Lieutenant Domidio, you indicated you could figure out which one of these you might be willing to defer, correct?
Yes, we will look into that tomorrow.
Okay. So I go back to John's idea, and I'm supportive of it, which is that we defer one of the purchases of these 3 police vehicles and the excavator, which releases enough money to fund the Goshen Fire Company volunteer request and Good Fellowship ambulance request, which is an additional 126,000 beyond where in total beyond what we have in the budget, and that we would then revisit dispatch with additional information at the next meeting, together with, if we receive a clear request from Fire Company, what they're after and why it's justified. Does any other board member support that position at this time?
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Is the Westchester Borough amount also included?
That's already in as a contract amount in the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
It's 346 and change.
Yep, I see that. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
May I comment as a citizen, please? As a citizen, I'm all for it, except I would like for you to find out from them if they have received any grants. This situation has been a financial boom for some businesses and corporations and nonprofits. And I'm just curious if they've received, hundreds of thousands of dollars through CARES Act or through relief funds. So they may not need that money this year, is my point. But if they haven't received any additional funds, then I think it's a great idea.
Well, Margie, you were present when we had the presentation from Good Fellowship, and it was clear there from Kim's presentation, they were desperately seeking funds and grants, but they were relatively small in nature, it looked like, and they gave a clear rationale for the amount that they were requesting from us. So certainly for Good Fellowship, I'm pretty confident that they're not going to get substantial funds from elsewhere. I can't speak for Goshen Fire and what they're trying to secure for themselves.
Sean, this is Doug. So you feel confident in complying with their full request of increase?
Well, I do it with, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking once you make a change like this, you're stuck with it. So how do you then tell them in 2022, we're going to wind you back down, $50,000 when they've got reliant on the contribution you've just given them? So I do it with some hesitation and concern, because as I said at the last meeting, it's an enabling way of financing them in a way, and it stops the momentum around how do we get to a more sustainable funding model for the fire companies in this general area. And I have some hesitancy for that, but I am persuaded more so by the argument that us residents and businesses need a fully functioning professional fire service, if you like, and we need to make sure we've committed the funds that continue to enable that, certainly in the next year.
You could ask the police department the same thing when we were funding their dispatch and then took that away.
Actually, I haven't not said I don't support dispatch. I just said I'm not prepared to agree to it tonight. That's all.
I know. So that's why I'm not really prepared to agree to supporting the fire companies tonight.
Okay. So Casey, do we need to take a vote to authorize you to change the budget? How does it work with where we are at this point?
Well, I have to admit, Sean, we had discussed not changing the preliminary budget until final. We have to advertise this in the next 2 days to meet
so you don't try to change it now.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible to do that quickly, even with these changes. So I would recommend you do take a vote and memorialize your comments about changing the budget, but it'll show up in the final, as opposed to a changed preliminary, because that's already been published and we have the ad at the paper already, actually. to meet the advertising requirement.
I'll make the motion then.
So John, your motion is to postpone the purchase of the excavator and a police vehicle from the capital purchases in 21, and to increase Goshen Fire Company volunteer fire company contribution to 215,000, and to increase Good Fellowship ambulance contribution to 86,000.
That's correct.
And I second that motion.
I don't know if I can vote yes on a motion where I feel like it may detract from the funds that we can allocate to dispatch. So is this in any way related to the funds that can be allocated to dispatch?
I'm treating it entirely separately, in that we can address it independently, Ashley.
Actually, I hear what you're saying, but this is not an either or situation. It truly is not.
Okay.
Is this something that can be discussed at the December 4th meeting between final approval? Is there an agenda item for the workshop meeting? That may.
I
That's
was
a
going
good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's a really good question, though, is it?
I mean, we can continue budget discussions at the December 4th meeting as well. I mean, there's whatever we haven't resolved, you know, if we've got the information we need to have another conversation, yeah, I don't see why not. Robin, would you agree?
Yeah, I think we should have a conversation because I think we still have more to discuss. So let's move forward with going ahead with the Good Fellowship contribution and the Goshen Fire Company contribution.
So we have a motion and a second, Robin. So we need to vote on it or withdraw it if people don't support it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead. I will vote aye. John?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Hugh?
Yes.
Okay. And revisit if you want to with FAME. Again, that's something that's probably worthwhile getting a little more detail about for all of us to be more comfortable in deciding whether or not how much we can contribute to them.
Because there was a third budget item that I mentioned. I'm sorry, Hugh, go ahead.
I was going to say, whatever we can give them, I'm sure they'd appreciate it, and they definitely need it. So I'll have Billy Renee get a presentation together.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, are we like tabling the dispatch discussion until December, or can we vote on that tonight as well?
I heard.
Like us to table it. I'd like to sit with Lieutenant Domidio on Friday. You and I, actually, I'm going to hear some data, some information, the hard facts.
Okay.
We could certainly discuss it on December the 4th, Ashley. So we'll have all the information, and we can just address it as a standalone item.
Right, but Casey, you said that this needs to be advertised. So are we going to be okay on December 4th if I motion to?
You can change the budget right up until you adopt it on December 15th.
Okay.
The preliminary budget is the preliminary budget. You can make changes right up until the vote to approve the final budget.
Great.
Well, I know it's getting late, so I don't know if we want to discuss this anymore tonight, but I just want to remind us that we do need to talk about whether we need additional funds to support consultant work on assessing the state of our corrugated metal pipe stormwater systems, and to help Rick pull together a comprehensive assessment and recommendation to the board for the scale and scope of what a capital improvement program would look like. We do not currently have any funds in the budget for that. We do have some funds related to engaging with a firm like HRG to continue with what they presented to us at the last meeting related to defining and giving us some options around how a stormwater program, fee system could be implemented. So to work that up into what it means for this township with the type of residences and businesses that we have, and to support the finance department in understanding that. So we have some consulting dollars in the budget for that, but we don't have any money at the present time for what I described, that Rick might want. So Rick, this is your chance to just say a few words. We don't have to get into it in detail tonight. We can certainly revisit it on December the 4th, but with you any comments on what you think there?
Yes, with in excess of 30,000 linear feet of corrugated metal pipe in the ground, we are definitely going to need some consulting assistance to develop a comprehensive program to evaluate how to replace and repair that pipe, which is severely deteriorated in many locations. It's well beyond the scope of in-house staff at this point.
So could I ask you to kind of think about what dollar amount you might want to discuss with the board at the December 4th meeting?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So John, earlier on, you said you had a couple of other budget comments or questions.
Yes, and I do agree we're getting late here, but another thing I'm going to throw out, just as a suggestion for consideration, that we restrict any out-of-state travel for attendance at training and conferences, especially still we're living within the COVID area. I know they're talking about a vaccine coming down the pike by the end of this year into next year, but it's still going to be a question of distribution of it and its effectiveness and so on and so forth. I think we should encourage our staff to attend these conferences and training sessions, but do it virtually. So my recommendation would be that we not approve any out-of-state travel expenses for attendance at conferences and training sessions.
Yeah, I mean, from an administrative perspective, I don't think until COVID's officially over, whatever that means, that we would ever in a million years be able to approve something like that from the administrative perspective. I don't get involved in police training, so I can't comment on them, but yeah, we would not, particularly because the state came out with such restrictive guidance today on travel. So yeah, exactly. Just from best practices, I mean, Casey could chime in if you'd like, but I don't think we would approve anything at all right now until.
Okay, well then, let's make it part of the budget.
Yeah.
I think that's a micromanagement.
Is that the 47,000?
I think that the guys, Derek and Casey, have enough common sense to realize what's going on. And then you have, in addition to that, you have the possibility of having a good inoculation that's going to prevent or at least control the virus. So, and that could well be in effect by April or May, which leaves you that second half of the year for any of these conferences that may possibly arise. But John, I'd leave it to the good sense of the individuals we have running the place.
Thank you.
Well,
I guess my question before Hugh even spoke was, are we talking in terms of financial decision here, or is this just a best practice you want us to do as an administration? Because if that's the case, I don't think it requires a vote in particular with the budget, but I just a question I had regarding what specifically you wanted to see from that.
Well, it's just that it's a line item, and Christine's report here on the different departments has shown a tremendous increase for training and conferences over from this year, which obviously we know what happened this year. So what I'm saying, let's continue this on into next year and just not making that part of the budget. My concern is we have $3.5 billion of a deficit here, and I like us to be able to find ways to be able to trim that down. That deficit is quite an onerous weight to carry, quite frankly, into the next year. And any way we can find ways to save money, I think we need to do it.
Sure, I understood. I think that's obviously a board discretion and decision. I think the thinking was in talking about this with Casey and Christine, the unknown of COVID, obviously not knowing when it would take place, as far as again, I say the end with a little chuckle, who knows at this point. But when we were getting the budget together, it was a matter of, are these vaccines going to come online sooner rather than later? And, we'll be back to normal by April or May, or is it going to be November or October? So yeah, it's quite an unknown, and I could see, at least, I think we were planning the first half of the year probably not going many places, but not knowing when it's going to end or how it's going to end. We simply budgeted regularly. So that was the thinking, but I understand your position.
Right. Okay.
May I
I completely agree with you. I don't see this ending, or I don't see that, major travel and conferences are going to be happening in the fall of next year. So I completely agree.
May I offer a suggestion to make next year's deficit look a little bit more palatable? As Mr. Walsh mentioned earlier, we have almost a $900,000 surplus in the general fund. So we could make a transfer of 850 or even all 900,000 before the end of the year out of the general fund into the capital reserve fund. I see Casey shaking his head, but I've seen that's how other townships get around not making those transfers in the first 90 days. I've seen where they vote to approve these larger transfers at the end of the year, oftentimes waiting to see how everything shook out during the year. So again, that would show a balanced budget for 2020 in the general fund, and then that would eliminate $900,000 of a deficit for next year. Just a thought.
That's the only suggestions I had at this point, Sean, as far as budget recommendations.
Very good. Does Ashley or Hugh or Robin, do you have any other comments that we need to think about and resolve on December the 4th so we can move off this agenda item?
I'm good. Next.
Yeah, I think we should just finish up what we have left on this evening's agenda. So we'll move on to item 15, discussion and possible approval of the AT&T small wireless facilities right-of-way agreement.
If I may, Madam Chair, you'll recall that earlier in the year you approved a form agreement for these right-of-way. You have before you tonight one for AT&T, and there are two very minor revisions. One is of absolutely no legal significance. It just specifies the emergency contact procedure. And the other one adds a provision that would allow AT&T to pursue any rights or remedies available to it in the event the township defaulted under the agreement. And of course, that sort of goes without saying anyway. So there's really no problem with that from our perspective. Those are the only two changes. So it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to approve that agreement.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment?
Just want to verify that this agreement does in section 7A specify that it must comply with all township codes, which includes in the ordinance which we passed that it has to comply with NFPA 70, which has to do with grounding. So that's something that they must comply with. My last question: will this be inspected by Mr. Webb? Excuse me, by Mr. Webb, our zoning enforcement officer?
I'm sorry, did you ask if it was reviewed by him?
No, will it be inspected by him? The final installation by AT&T, will the installations be inspected by?
Yes, it will be.
Yeah, we have
No. Hold on.
I do not inspect electric.
No, that's not Bill Webb's responsibility. He's the zoning officer. It would be a building inspector issue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Someone in the township will inspect.
Yeah, we haven't. We will follow.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any other public comment? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and take the vote. Robin says aye. John?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Hugh?
Aye.
Okay. You got all that, Casey? Did you get everybody's vote? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to item 16. Approval of supervisors meeting minutes for April 21st, 2020, May 8th, 2020, May 19th, 2020, June 8, is that June 18 or 16? June 16, 2020, July 21st, 2020, August 18, 2020, October 20, 2020, and November 4th, 2020.
Make a motion to approve the minutes as presented there.
I'd like to suggest, Hugh, that you amend the motion to include corrections as suggested by Ms. Swart in an email to us today or yesterday.
Okay, I'll amend it to do that.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Excuse me?
Yeah, I also would like to make another two amendments also. Casey, for the May 19th minutes, regarding myself, stated that he extended the face period to December 31st. Actually, I supported it to October 31st to allow the tax collector time to send out delinquency letters before the lien period would begin. So I request that change could be made. You got that, or you want me to send it in an email?
I have it, but please send it. And I did not receive those amendments by Ms. Swartz, so someone please send them to me.
I'll do that, Casey.
Thank you.
And then one other change, and I'll include this in an email to you also, Casey, on the June 16th minute meeting draft. Mr. Elman announced that a protest occurred in the borough of West Citrus. It occurred following the murder of George Ford, and it occurred in West Goshen Township. So again, I'll send those changes to you in an email. That's the only thing I have. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll further amend my motion to include those corrections.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start with you, Hugh.
Affirmative, yes. Aye. All of the above.
Okay,
You
Ashley.
only get to vote once.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Sean.
Aye.
Robin, aye. Okay. Moving right along. Trying to get you guys out of here early.
Can I ask a question real quick, please?
Yes, Derek.
Did we have an official vote on the preliminary budget? I don't remember it. That's why I'm asking. I just want to make sure everything's done.
We're gonna do that at the end. I don't think we did either. Well, no, we did. We did the preliminary budget. Didn't we just do that?
Yeah, the budget was presented.
We needed to vote on it. Yeah.
Correct.
No, we voted
Was it?
fire stations, right?
It was really the fire issue that we voted on.
Yeah, I thought it was the
We
fire.
only voted on changing the budget numbers related to the fire company and EMS contributions. So we do need to formally vote on the budget as presented tonight.
Well, but wait a second. I thought we were going to revisit this in December.
Well, we're only motioning for Casey to be able to formally advertise it, I believe, right?
Correct. You can still make changes right up until the moment you vote for final budget on December 15th.
He just needs to advertise it.
It's got to lay open for 20 days. It has to be advertised 20 days before the 15th of December by law. So
I'll make the motion. We approve the budget.
I'll second the motion to approve the preliminary budget.
Yeah, okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. Thank you, Derek, for paying attention to the details. All right, so is there any comment, public comment? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Q, do you want to start?
Yes, aye.
John?
Aye.
Ashley?
I'm going to vote no until we rediscuss this.
Sean?
Aye.
Robin, aye. Okay, we're going to move on now to discussion and possible approval of natural de-icing bid opened on November 10th of 2020.
Yep, this is our second go around with bidding this item. There are no suppliers left anymore. We were able to find one bidder, Waverly Industries, at $3.20 per gallon. For 4,500 gallons, it's $14,400. Nobody's making this product anymore. Dave, do you have any more comment?
Well, actually, when we bid it the last time, this is the original company that we bought the product from way back in 2009, 2008. But they've been purchased a number of times, and we actually caught them in between a sale. So that's why they didn't, housekeeping on their side, why they didn't bid it the last time.
Gotcha.
Is the natural de-icing the beet juice?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make the motion, we accept the bid.
I'll second the motion.
Any public?
How come they don't make beet juice anymore?
Well, they make beet juice. There's no suppliers. This is pretty much the only company that does it currently.
Yeah, we've been through two suppliers, but they're down. This is the only game in town now.
Right.
They're just out of supply. Other people just already bought them up. Is that where we're at?
No, it's catching on slowly in this area. PennDOT's starting to use beet juice. There's a couple other municipalities that have started trying to use it. We've just been using it for years.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just kind of late getting it. Is that where we're at with this at this point? As far as getting a supply?
We've been using it for years.
Yeah.
There's just no supply around here. That's all.
That's what I mean, because it's been exhausted by other municipalities. They've kind of beat us to it.
No.
The other way around, John. There's just not a huge demand for it, so there's only like one supplier in town because we were ahead of the curve, but other people haven't caught on yet.
Right.
And this supplier is actually in Indiana, so there's really nobody on the East Coast now. There was one that we were using for quite a few years, but now we're back to the Indiana supplier.
Right.
Wow. What happens if they go out of business? Then that'll be the end of it, right? We no longer can utilize this product.
No, it's an up and coming trend now. These natural de-icing fluids, there's some corn syrup product. They're using cheese curd out in Wisconsin. So it's an up and coming thing. Europe's been doing it for years. America's behind the time, but we've been using it since 2008, 2009.
Yep.
PennDOT just did some studies on it within the last couple of years where they're starting to use it at select yards. They're not using it everywhere yet.
Okay.
Okay, so do we actually vote on this one?
Still need a vote.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it's getting kind of late. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. Robin says aye. Sean?
Hugh says aye.
Thank you, Hugh.
Sean says aye.
John
says aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to move to the discussion and possible approval of 2020 Senior Citizen Trash and Sewer Rebate Program.
Yep, continuing on with the tradition of providing a trash rebate. In addition, I think last year was the first year we offered a sewer rebate of 80%. These are extremely low income seniors who qualify. They have to go through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to qualify. Once that information is received by the resident, they submit that to us for inclusion in the list. And we intend to cut checks for that for the December meeting.
And how many residents will that go to?
Let's see. We're down about 10 from last year. Hold on a second. 1, 2, maybe about 100 different residents.
Okay, great.
I'd like to make a
Nice
motion to
discount
approve
off
this.
of the 105.
Correct.
Makes it much more reasonable.
Yep.
That's great.
I'll second John's motion.
Okay, he made a motion and you're gonna second it?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear it. I was talking to Casey.
Yeah,
Okay.
John made the motion.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Go ahead, Hugh, start, please.
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Robin? Aye. Okay, then we also have to approve the treasurer's report dated October 31st, 2020 for the general fund, the sewer reserve fund, the waste and recycling fund, and the capital reserve fund, and the bills to be paid from these funds.
I'll make the motion to pay the bills for these funds.
I'll second it.
Go ahead, Hugh, you can take it.
Was that Hugh?
Yeah, that was Hugh.
That was me.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment?
I just have a quick question, please.
Okay.
When I'm looking at the general fund, like the balance on October 31st, 11 million, but then there's some investments below. When I'm looking at the budget, I add those 3 accounts. Is that what's reflected in the budget? Are these? So see, there's the 11 million, and then there's 55,000 and 444,000. Are those 2 accounts totaled to make the balance of the general fund? Are they separate standalone accounts?
Okay, I'll answer that. All 3 of those accounts do comprise the general fund, but when you're looking at cash balances versus budgetary balances, it's not exactly the same thing. The budget is looking at the year in its entirety and where we will be at the end of the next year. The cash balances fluctuate, as revenues and expenses occur at different times during the year. So those cash accounts do comprise the general fund, but it's not the same. You're not comparing apples to apples when you're looking at the budget, if that makes sense. When you're looking at the budget balance, you're not comparing the same thing when you're looking at the budget balance, because that's for the year overall, where the cash accounts are just a snapshot in time right now that fluctuate as revenues and expenses come in and are paid out at different times throughout the year.
Right, but the end of year, say 2020 end of year general fund balance will be the culmination of these 3 accounts.
Yes, that's correct. It's
Great.
just not going to match right now.
Right. But at the end of the year, it will. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other public comment? All right, hearing none. I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. Or did you just take the vote? Who took the vote? Someone help me out. It's almost 11 o'clock.
Did we vote to
Aye.
I don't know if we voted yet.
This is huge.
No, I think we had a second in the motion and we had a public comment, so we're going to take the vote now. I'm going to start. Robin says aye. Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Hugh?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Who would like to have additional public comment before we adjourn? No? Even Margie's saying no, no. All right. Well, thank you for that, Margie.
No, it was a long meeting, but you know what? This budget deserves a long meeting. I thank you, Robin and Sean and Christine and Derek and everybody else who worked so hard on it. It's finally getting the time and attention it deserves. So great job from a citizen. I really appreciate it.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for your helpful comments and observations during the meetings today.
Thank you.
John,
I'll
you want
make
to
a
say?
motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, can I hold on for a second? We have a number of documents to sign, including a set of plans. Can I have the board come in individually, maybe starting, I'm not asking you to come in at noon, but starting tomorrow at noon through the end of the week, so we can get these documents signed. I've got a number of resolutions and some plans. So if you could just put it on your calendars to come in after noon tomorrow through the rest of the week.
Okay, sounds good.
How close are we getting that letter together for the county commissioners about the emergency operation plan? Are we ready?
So the letter, so there's two issues here. The letter itself is pretty close to go. And what I want to do is, I spoke to Andrea yesterday about some of the mitigation things that I've talked about with you, and then I had a conversation with Sean as well to include in the county, quote unquote, county plan. What I was hoping to do was email you guys tomorrow and see your availability if you can do a Zoom meeting or GoToMeeting, whatever it's called that we use, with myself, Sean, John, Rick, and Andrea to see if we can, because I feel like I'm kind of going in a circle talking to everybody. So I feel like if we had one meeting and we could talk to each other, because I know you were bringing out a lot of stormwater situations. So I'd like Rick to chime in there. And then Andrea, obviously, in her role as fire marshal and emergency coordinator. So bottom line is, I think we need to get together on a GoToMeeting and just talk all together, because I think there's about 5 of us talking at different times to each other, but not all together. So.
Okay, so we're not ready to have everybody sign that letter, is what you're saying. Okay.
That's another logistical issue that, I haven't gotten around yet, as far as if you want me to sign the letter as a township, or if you guys are coming in to sign plans, we can always sign the letter anyway. So
that's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no. So the letter's basically ready, so we can have that ready to go in conjunction with.
Could you have that? Could you have that along with the stuff that Casey needs us to sign?
Sure.
And this way, when we come in to sign, we can sign that too.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then we can talk about the mitigation stuff as well.
Okay.
Next week.
All right. Christine, you did a great job on that presentation tonight. Can I ask, can you make a copy of that available for the board members?
John, it's on the website. If you just go to the agenda meeting materials, you can download it from there.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so Hugh, do you know what you need to do right now?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Okay, very good. Who's going to second? All of us. All right, good night, everybody. Thanks for all the preparation for the meeting tonight. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night all. Oh.